This is a 2 days program, and where you will learn many things in this 2 day program. And really, we are grateful to have you with us, our teacher and our mentor, Professor Maitri Chaudhary. And this is one of the finest sociologists in the contemporary India, and she has done quite a lot of work. And really, you guys are all of you are fortunate to get the opportunity to interact with her, and she will deliver a lecture today. That would be a 1 hour lecture, maybe interactive more. That would be more interactive. And in fact, our dean will also join. He will also share his idea about this workshop, and the organizer, she will also share. And precisely, the purpose of this kind of workshop is that to learning new skills. And you all are aware about many things. You are also in a senior level PhD students. You have done your coursework. You are writing your, dissertation, and so it will also help you to think differently. That we call the creative ideas, and how we are going to use different concepts, different ideas, and then improving the scientific aspect of using different kind of concept theories and methods. And also we are also trying to understand the fostering the creativity. I have been, many times I'm putting and I'm thinking about my teacher, Professor Abhijit Pathak. He was also constantly telling us, when you enter into the field, you will get many things. You have to experience something over there, and then you'll also use your creativity to put it there in a thesis. So therefore, and then again, you have to understand the logic and structure of your work, precisely the paper. And in this 2 days program, you'll get to know more about the tools, use of the new tools and the old methodological approaches. Now the rise of AI, the algorithm, you'll also see that at which way we are going to utilize that. So therefore, it's a structure of the research paper. You'll also get to know the referencing pattern. You also aware about that, but more would be a kind of interacting part. And then conducting research, how we'll publish that. We have an n number of journal, including our sociological bulletin, and where you can also get to know more about the citation part, and you will also get to more about what to publish and how to publish. That more things are there, and therefore I'm really grateful to ma'am. And she was also from the long back. She was thinking to organize a kind of workshop, and I think all India, Sociological Society is constantly organizing this kind of workshop. And then again, your organizer, really, we are grateful to her, and she has, she's organizing here in Jain. With this note, I know I won't take much time, so I welcome you all for this 2 days program, and thank you, ma'am, for coming over here. So over to you.
I would request the convener for RC to talk about the details of this workshop.
Thank you, Professor Jenna, for welcoming the participants to this very important workshop. I'm really grateful to Professor Maitri Chaudhary, who pushed me to organize this workshop. For last 2 years, I've been thinking about organizing a writing workshop because there has been demand from the students. In the center, everybody has been telling me that, ma'am, please organize the workshop. So this was there in my mind, and I'm thankful for the financial help that Indian Sociological Society has provided to RC-01 to organize this workshop. RC-01 is a research committee, one on theory and practice in sociology. So on behalf of me and Dr. Suraj Bedi, who's joined online, who's the co-convener of our committee, I would like to introduce what this workshop is all about. And all of you have the schedule with you, but I just wanted to have you an idea about why writing workshops are important. So as we know that there is a preeminence of focus of on empiricism and fieldwork in classical sociology and social anthropology, um, and also on survey and ethnographic, kind of research. So we have seen that many a times you get to see the brochures about research methodology courses, but you hardly see anything on writing. So there is something missing, I felt always, that we tell students how to collect data, but we don't tell them how to translate the data into, a script or text. And so I felt that the act of writing is a neglected uh, one, and it is also a difficult act. It doesn't come so easily to us. So art of writing is a skill. It is not something which comes to us on our own. Although as sociology students, we know that it is also a cultural act. It is also dependent on our cultural capital to a great extent. Nevertheless, writing doesn't come so easily to even us, for who have been in the field for so long. So feel that, art of writing or the act of writing relays not only what we observe in the field, observe around us, but it also engages in the communication and the transformation of different kinds of data sets into unitary principles or unitary expression of in terms of text. So these could be, empirical data. These could be visual, experiential, and dialogical aspects. So they have to be transformed into a text in terms of your thesis and also in terms of your research papers. And I want to tell the Professor Chaudhary and Professor Jenna that in this workshop we have made it sure that we only allow a restricted audience, which is those who have completed their coursework. So second or third year, so that you are in that process of you have attained a certain kind of maturity and you are in the process of writing out. So though it was difficult because there were more than 500 registrations, so I think desire is there in the students to be joining these. But we'll be putting up this program on ISS website so others can also take note of that. So, and I also feel that act of writing is an act of thinking. So when you put your ideas into writing and you are making drafts after drafts, so this is a process of thinking, and research, I have always maintained, is a process of thinking. And as you clarify your ideas, the clarity, as you write down, the clarity emerges. So I think it is a very, very important part of. Uh, shall I continue?
Yeah, you continue.
Okay. So, the third point that I wanted to make is that in qualitative methods, as opposed to the survey method or the quantitative method, uh, thinking, interpretation, and writing are used as tools of analysis, and therefore, those who use ethnography, writing is central to them. And here, when we are talking about language is so important. And as all of us know, English language especially, is not our primary language. We have learned it over a period of time. And in many foreign universities, in the undergrad programs itself, there are writing workshops. We don't have that in our higher education settings. But I feel that we should have, right from the beginning, because how do students write? In MA, we do tell students how to write, but there is no structured way in which we are conveying that. So writing as a, specific research act is not addressed in PhD curriculum, in coursework, in universities, and in other higher education settings. So writing as a research process is, as I said, is a thinking process, is a process through which we clarify our ideas, we operationalize our concepts, and we bring clarity. So writing instills depth of analysis. And researchers do not recognize the importance of that each act of writing. I remember one of my students, he wrote 8 drafts. Although I'm not saying that I had comments on each draft, but even comma, full stop, grammatical mistakes. And when he presented the final draft, he said, this is after 8 drafts that I have. So it is a laborious process. Radcliffe Brown famously used to write 40 drafts. 40 drafts before he finalized his article, say, on social structure. And it is so clear. Each sentence is clear. It is simple, it is lucid, it is clear. So it shows the clarity of your mind. So universities, especially here in the global south, we do not have that culture of communicating to our students that writing is so important. In the process of literature review also and the analysis of secondary sources, researchers usually, I find, confine themselves to English texts. But when you are doing research, it is very important to read local literature. And the process of translating those local texts is something which is so important. So translation is also part of writing. How you are translating, not necessarily you are translating every time to, through your friends and through your support structure, but translation is also an act, which is so important in writing. Writing is also a skill, and it has to be honed. It has to be honed, especially when you are a young researcher. You are going to spend your time, your career in academics. And it is very important that you publish. And if you start publishing from right onwards, and writing for publication is one thing, and writing for thesis is another thing. So these are different kinds of writings, which you shall see how our scholars, those who are coming to the workshop, are going to talk about. But one can stand out of the crowd by doing cutting edge research publications, by writing cutting edge research publication in high impact journals. So from right now, if you start writing, it becomes important, and it kind of adds to your CV. Writing is also a teamwork. So, when we write, it is not only the supervisor, but you are constantly talking to your friends. You are using them as, boards to kind of take feedback. You circulate your writing text to others, and you take their opinion. So writing is a teamwork. Often we don't acknowledge that how we write to our friends, our teachers, and everyone, so that they comment on our not only just grammar but ideas, because sociological research is all about ideas. But there are challenges of technology now. that will be also discussed in the workshop. Web searching, artificial intelligence, and these are really huge challenges. So I thought that we should also discuss that. And so I have taken, great care to invite distinguished, scholars who have very good experience in writing and publications. So we have themes like review of literature, use of narratives, use of life histories, statistical data, use of archives, and writing for publication. So I think this is all about, briefly about our, workshop. I really wish you all the best for a very erudite discussion. Please ask questions. I have provided enough time in every session, at least half an hour, to have, engagement, have discussion. So you can talk from your own experience of working on your specific topic or other issues you can pick up. Please be mindful. Please be mindful that you are, you follow discipline. You should be there in time. Now people are coming, this is not something that we are going to accept, because, writing is also about discipline. So I think through this workshop, please learn discipline also and respect the time of your speakers. When they are in time, you should also be in time. If you come 5 minutes late also, you will not be allowed entry. So I respect, time for people, and please respect time of scholars who are coming from all over Delhi and, finding time for you to give their talk. So thank you. And now I will, I will welcome our Dean of School of Social Sciences, Professor Vivek Kumar, who has really kindly found time to be in this workshop despite his extremely hectic schedule.
Yes,
So
that's important. Thank you so much, Nilka ji. Thank you so much. And first of all, let me welcome our teacher, Professor Maitri Chaudhary, but of course in a different capacity as the President of Indian Sociological Society. Welcome you, ma'am, in the department again. We are the first batch of students of ma'am, so I take always pride to underline that. And you can also think that the training has worked. So also thanks Professor Nilka Mehrotra, also our colleague, but also acting as RC-01 convener. So I think these two things are very important, that Indian Sociological Society, which is the head of our profession, is taking care of us. And I envy you all because we were not given that training. So, but never mind, we have reached wherever we are. I don't have to give you a sermon. And I know that it is because of my chair that I've been called. I can't contribute much. But, I always feel whenever I talk about these writings, I remind actually two very important books by Howard S. Becker. One is basically Writing for Social Scientists. Very important text, Writing for Social Scientists. And another is Tricks of the Trade, And in Tricks of the Trade, he talks about four very important, characteristics of writing. One is, flagging out the imagery, that whenever we write, actually, we should have an image of our own writing. Without having that image, people keep on writing something here and there without any even headings. So please have an imagery. The second is the sampling, whatever the sampling you will like to bring in. The third aspect is formulation of concepts. He tries to look at that how you are formulating your concept, because sometimes you are only talking about operational concepts. It's not necessary the concepts have been given. So when I was writing a paper in 4th semester of my techniques of social research, we were taken to Varanasi and I wrote a paper, Electrification of Religion. And my teacher asked me, what is this electrification of religion? I said, sir, all the temples, they were having very good lighting. And therefore, actually, and light was flowing through that. So they appreciated my creativity, but you cannot have that type of, concept. So you evolve certain concepts. Like we use, another Jutan. How are you going to translate that? Or Murdaya? So all those things have to be looked in, that you are picking up that, as Professor Nilka Mehrotra was talking about, that local translation. Last but not the least, these methods have to be systematically arranged so you can, you can analyze them properly. So these 4 very important aspects of the tricks which are there. The second aspect which I want to highlight is that, writing is personal, but it is social as well. Second, it is emotional, but it is rational. And third, it can be, sometimes demanding and sometimes actually gratifying. So it is up to you. But I'm sure that if written properly, objectively, scientifically, a personal write-up can become social also. It can be consumed. It can be consumed by researchers, students, and so on and so forth. So you have to be very careful that when you're writing, don't think it is only personal. Even your PhD is in Shodh Ganga. So what you write can be evaluated anytime, any moment. So be careful. Even if you can think that plagiarism is okay, is not being seen, but no, it can be caught anytime and your PhD may be in peril. So please look at it. The third aspect which I want to actually highlight is that, I have learned writing with my teachers telling me at least 3 very important aspects to begin. One, that when you write, 3 very important aspects, what it is. Usually people forget to write what it is. And they start with hyperbola, they start with simile, they start with metaphors, but that will not take you anywhere unless until you have a head-on collision, So what is, why it is, what it is, why it is, and how it is. These 3 things. And if you really are becoming very, very, going ahead, you are very experienced, then you can also write what it should be. So there can be actually, a debate that whether sociologists can write what it should be, or you are following Frankfurt School. You have to give a way out. So why it is, what it is, why it is, how it is, and what it should be. So you have to look at. Now, I have, Indian Sociological Society made me editor also. So since then, I have been going through articles. What of most of the researchers, they write essays. हम लोग हिंदी में कहते हैं ललित किला निबंध. निबंध लिखते हैं, आर्टिकल नहीं लिखते. So there is a difference between an essay and actually a article. So please look at that, how this big difference becomes very important and germane. And therefore, friends, you should, if you want to publish, as there will be coming, there are 6 very important elements for publication. One, actually, it should be clearly written. Don't actually. Second, it should be well organized, clearly written, well organized, systematically, one after the another, as if that paras are interacting with you. The third, it should be persuasive. You are writing not for your own self. You are writing others, actually. Our others will be, taking it. The fourth point is it should be valuable. It should be value addition. You're not repeating. And fifth point is that the audience. Please keep the mind, the audience for which you are writing. And last but not the least, it should be innovative. You should innovate. Don't repeat. Okay. Now, therefore, friends, the challenge which I face when I write, how our thinking is translated into writing. Because when you think, very good. I know students come and they tell us very good stories. They are orally very strong. But when I tell them, please bring in writing, so they will not turn up also. They may come, but they will not turn up very easily. So please look at that, how that this challenge can be, come off. Now, the second challenge is that how you can translate your ideas into researchable questions. Ideas have to be translated into researchable questions. Now, these 4 points are important. Rest, your sociological imagination will come from C. Wright Mills. Sometimes it may come to you from Peter Berger Lockman, and so on and so forth. But for me, I think Luis Kozer becomes very important because he talks about social ecology in which you are writing. Please look at the social ecology which you are trying to write in. So if you keep these things in mind, I think, what I learned, I was not having my language. I could not speak English properly when I entered this center. And we were afraid of reading cover to cover book, or we never could read rather simple text. And when I became a teacher, I also got students who were afraid of writing English. So my first actually advice to those who think that they are not well in language, please, remove what you think and then what you write. Because we think in our mother tongue. We always think in our, if you're from Hindi background, you will actually only think in that. And then you start translating. That is not going to take you very far. So for that, you have to read. So for writing, reading is also very important. Without reading, you will not be able to make. Last point is, please read philosophy also. Those who want to write in sociology, they will have to read philosophy. All our epistemology, ontology, methodology, and axiology, all are pinpointed in philosophy. And that's where I look at is interdisciplinarity in writing. Because you can be multidisciplinary also. You will be bringing economics, political science, sociology, and anthropology, everything. But as far as methodology is concerned, you will have to go to philosophy. So thank you very much. Welcome you all. And I think this will definitely make you a very, very good writer. And of course, you will be a great sociologist. Wish you all the best. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'll leave you, but I'm not actually.
So now we're going to start with before I hand it over to her, I would just like to say a few lines about her. I'm sure most of us are familiar with her body of work that spans across feminism, media studies, on pedagogy and the practice of sociology in India, and a lot more. Currently, she's the president of Indian Sociological Society, and under her leadership, the 49th All India Sociological Conference was held in BML Munjal University in Haryana in December 2024. And the 50th edition of the conference is also coming right up in December again in Andhra Pradesh. Professor Chaudhary has also been a visiting faculty at various institutions like the Harvard University, the University of Massachusetts, University of Freeburg, etc. And she's also the co-founder of the platform called Indian Sociology. And some of her most notable publications include Refashioning India, Gender in India and the Transformed Public Discourse, Practice of Sociology, Sociology in India, Intellectual and Institutional Practices. Now I would like to
Thank you so much. Now, an opportunity to be in JNU is always a great matter of great joy and satisfaction. My sincere thanks to Professor Anilika Mehrotra, the convener of the research committee RC-01 of the Indian Sociological Society. I shared space and camaraderie for many years with Nilika in CSSS. And as I told her when she called me about this workshop, I'm really excited that during my tenure as the president, that there's an event in CSSS, and I sort of would like to record this. I would also like to record that it's a matter of great pride that both the current chairperson of CSSS and the Dean of the School of Social Sciences, Professor Vivek Kumar, were my first students right here upstairs in 1990. 1990, yeah. And I was sort of part teaching methodology of social sciences, which Vivek never left, and is there. And I also recall those early years, as a student, not just as a teacher, because what I was just telling Nilika, I would like to share my own journey in a certain sense of reading and writing. None of us are born writers, nor are we born readers. And the point that Vivek mentioned from his own positionality about language, that when we think in our own mother tongue, and how do you translate it, and you have to sort of enter into another language. Little different. Often hear people saying that हिंदी में बोलिए, हिंदी में लिखिए, फिर हमें समझ आएगा. But all of us say, I can speak Bengali because I was born in a Bengali family. I learned bad Hindi as I moved along. But the point is that that will not automatically train you to be a sociologist and write in sociology. The point that both Nilika and Vivek mentioned, reading is integral to your journey. Absolutely integral. If you don't read, you cannot write. And all of us, Vivek also mentioned the distinction between an essay and an academic article. And if you look back, and this is something I often felt, say when I was in school, and we had to actually at that point do 3 languages. So though English was my medium of instruction, but we had to do very high level option of a second language, which was Bengali, and we also had to do Hindi. Now, one of the things which the language teachers which would teach us, and I think in the schools this is missing, is how do you write an essay? Introduction, like the same point as you said, does the second paragraph connect with the first, or the third paragraph connect with the second? अगर आपको first paragraph पढ़ के समझ आना चाहिए reader को, what are you writing about? So I think it was a very good point. Don't go into hyperbole. Wait for that. For a couple of years later, get into hyperbole. Right now, clarity. Introduce the topic. What are you going to write about? The reader must know. The reader can't get confused, I'd also like to recall the time that when I see that my first lessons in sociology, so don't think that necessarily it only is happening to you. I remember Professor Uman's lecture. He used to teach us thinkers, Professor Yogendra Singh's lecture. To be very honest, I understood little, very little, okay? And, but I understood that there was something significant being said, and I would catch a sense of it, but not fully. And I often gave the example, though, like I said, my background in school was English. If you went to a film when we were children and you would go to a, say, Hollywood film, okay? पहले कुछ नहीं समझ आता, 15-20 मिनट कुछ नहीं समझ आता, 20 मिनट के बाद कुछ समझ आता, and at the end of it, you get a hang of it. It's not that you understand every dialogue or every conversation, but you get a hang of it. Sociology is like that. You get a hang of it. Lectures, doesn't matter, पूरा नहीं समझ आया, but कुछ तो समझ आया. And when you go back, and that is what I used to tell my students all the time, right here in this class, when I used to teach MPhil course, MPhil to hai nahi abhi, but that when we first read and come, so supposing I'm going to do chapter 1, rules of sociological method, read it, बहुत छोटा 2.5 पेज के है, कुछ भी नहीं है, पढ़ के आ जाओ. Then when I first discuss it, go back and read it again. It's a process. Read, write, read. Keep going on back and forth, And the point that we said, some of the techniques, so which we learned the hard way, like you all said, we never had writing workshops. We didn't have academic writing. You were left to your own device. And you sometimes collapsed, you failed. I lost 3 years on the wrong topic I chose for PhD. Like all that, those kind of hazards were there in our times, And then somehow you figured out, okay, ye topic sahi hai, let me do this, because it must connect with you. the point that Vivek said about emotive connect. Don't do a topic or choose a topic which does not connect with you. कुछ दिन टिक जाएगा, उसके बाद you'll terribly bored. And it can be a lonely experience, as all of you know. Academics is lonely. And वो बैठ के आप, you're reading, you're writing. जब तक आपका साथ वो emotive connect नहीं होगा, you can't pursue it because it takes many years. It is not that one semester or few months. So that process is also very important. I really would like to pay deference to the center because I see my identity as being shaped in this center, and I see my identity as primarily a teacher and a lifelong student as the most important one in life. Looking back, I can state clearly that much of it, what I just mentioned, I did not fully understand. That doesn't mean anything. It's a process. You will learn as you move along, but not by being passive learners. You have to engage and you have to read. And your generation is a confident generation. Every semester, I used to think I will ask a question. 4 semesters went back away. I could not get up and ask a question, So sometimes, but that is not a problem. I think in these times, people are much more assertive and they can articulate, not maybe with everybody, but largely so. I'm also aware that the challenges and opportunities of both reading and writing in the current context of what you said, AI is very difficult. I don't understand much of it. It's a challenge, but it is so wonderful that you made sure that there is a session on the AI, and I leave it to the speaker who comes. But it also leads, I was sort of looking at the internet and I was saying, okay, I have never spoken on academic writing, we've just done it. So what do I speak about? And I Googled, which I'm sure all of you do, what is academic writing? And I found pages and pages on academic writing. Academic writing, like at one point was never there, it was everywhere. And then I said, okay, let me look at this site. And I sort of read it. And remember that sites where you look at is very important. Because what is different between academic research and just popular or commonsensical knowledge? You are trained to identify what is the source. So I was looking at what are they saying? And there were lots of, very well structured academic writing is formal style of writing. You encounter it in journals. It has to be clear, formal, not informal vocabulary. You have to avoid contradictions. You have to avoid words like, what you were saying, common, full stop, didn't instead of didn't, it should be did not, not can't, but cannot, etc. Avoid emotional language and use, I don't agree with all of it. And the advantage of being a gray-haired academic, you can see we are familiar with the questions about objectivity and subjectivity and whether we can use, like they said, to be objective, use the third person. Now, does the third person make you necessarily objective? All our predecessors, sociologists used the third person. They were no less biased than we were or we are. But they said that if you write, instead of saying I argue, if they say scholars argue and you put 5 people in the brackets, it keeps you safe. And I would argue that do that. It's no harm that you put those people in the brackets. Why? And this comes to the question of review of literature. Why do we do review of literature? You feel कि ये करना है synopsis में तो एक review डालना है. Don't think like that. Push yourself and ask, why am I doing review of literature? Apart from getting it passed in the committee, there must be a reason why there is a format of reviewing. Review of literature enables you to enter that field of work. Remember, you are not unique. Yesterday, I got a call around 10:30 by some distressed person saying, I submitted my article, it has been deliberately rejected because, I was trying to argue something unique. And I felt I have to go back and I said, sorry, but I don't think each of us are so unique. In a certain sense, all of us are a pattern. We may feel there's something very specific. We have 1%, 5% may be very unique. But 95% is similar in the sense when I was listening to Vivek or Nilika, I would agree with most of the things that you are saying because we are socialized academically in the same world, it is, and I think it's also important to take criticism. Don't think it's something terrible. I have submitted articles, rejected hundreds of times. Vivek and Nilika would do my practice of sociology. We had a workshop, a conference right here in 96 or 7. And and it got published in 2003. Okay, it was rejected by everybody. And at that point of time, if you look back, that paper had very distinguished scholars, who we now recognize. They were all very young then. There was Satish Deshpande, there was, Eddie Rodrigues, two people at that time who dropped out. During the conference, there was Gopal Guru, and there was also Kancha Ilaya. But by the time the book now it looks ridiculous that how could that book, because so don't think that it is necessarily something about you, okay, nor is it necessarily because they don't like you. Both are wrong, because sometimes adverse comments help you. So first reaction to your supervisor's comment or to your supervisor's colleague's comment, don't think of it as negative. I have been in this room for multiple synopsis presentations to always tell my students, don't take it as a personal. The fact that if they're making a point and they would say, oh ma'am, but I meant that. I said, if you meant that and the reader is not able to understand that you meant that, there must be some problem, clarify it. You can learn from your enemy also. Literally, and since we didn't have academic writing workshops, I learned from my reviewers. My first proper academic piece was was a text analysis of the 38 plan document. And I remember this was in IEG, and Patricia Oberoi, who also used to teach here at one point of time, she was there during my presentation. But when she saw my paper, I could make out she was being very polite, but she thought it was not really worth. So she said, why don't you write it the way you were speaking? Okay. And then I understood what she meant is, you see, when you are speaking for 10 minutes, you are trying to exercise your head and compress that these are the key points I want to say. These are the 3 points I want to say. Okay, so when you're writing, if you say that in this paper, my basic argument is this, and I am trying to explicate it in 3 parts. What does it help you? It gives you a structure. It gives you a structure to write it. And this doesn't mean it's your final structure. The same point as Nilika said, that it means you have a draft, which can be gone through and read back, but you need a structure. So very often, especially during my last days of teaching, we say at one point or even earlier, postmodernism was, in vogue, and everybody would like to have this open-ended, free-flowing. And if you're not comfortable with it, dump it. Doesn't matter. You don't have to be following a fad. Stick to what you know, but read it. Whatever you do, you inform. You don't have to read 20 books, but read 5 properly. That is very important. And when you read, and that's something I learned very late in life, because mine was a trial and error, I much later learned that, especially when one got used to the computer, that I would write notes not by summarizing. And a lot of people summarize. I write by copying the exact text. Okay, why? Because often I may not go back to that book, but I have it exactly as it is. I may not quote it, but it's a very good way of checking that this is what I've identified. These are the 5 para of this chapter. Let me put it down with the year, publication. If you need to use it either as a full quote or as a small quote or just a reference, you have it. And you have it in the language of the text. And remember, just like writing needs many drafts, reading needs many efforts. I used to teach the same text forever. sometimes, especially when it came to thinkers. And I would every time find something new, which was there. So remember, it's a continue reading, writing, writing, reading, and rereading, rewriting. There's one more technique which I would like to share, which I learned through the hard way of messing up. Is supposing I've written 2 paragraphs today, for my article. I've still not written out the president's address. So I've just started working on it. So I write 2 paragraphs. The second day, I don't write the third. I first rewrite the first and the second. And then I write the third and the fourth. And the next day, I go back to the first, second, third, fourth, and then add the fifth and sixth. What happens then? The same gaps that you have, your examiner or your reviewer will spot, you yourself will spot. That my second is not fitting in, or what am I saying, or it's not clear. And one thing which we learned from Professor Uman, which we felt as young students was too many points, is not a bad thing. It helps to structure your ideas. It helps you to say, okay, this section I'm going to write on this. This section I'm going to write on that. And so the review of literature is not an add-on. It's not something you're doing mechanically. It enters you into the field. The other thing, if I recall back in my early days, like some of the words and terminology, I don't know how true it is of contemporary JNU, like we have never heard such terms. First, the people said term paper, tutorial. Though I came from the English background, I had no idea kya tutorial hai, kya term paper. That was bad enough. The third was even worse. They said term paper to likh liya, aapka framework kya hai? I had no idea what on earth is that framework supposed to be. Now the framework is not again an add-on, which leads us to the question which both Vivek touched about, talking about philosophy, and the question that you talk about theorizing. Is framework is not something ki jabardasti dalna hai. Framework is again a conceptual framework through which you approach a particular phenomena. And that is why I think the methodology is so important, the question of empirical. So like I used to give this example that empirical, and people would say observe and write down. I'm sure you've used it in the text of Popper, where he went into a classroom and he said, take a pen and paper, take your notebook, observe and write. And everybody took out their paper and pen. And after 2 minutes, they asked, observe what? Okay, observe what means that all of us do not have the same apparatus through which we see the world. Okay. I may suppose you come from a more, a kind of people who are who are obsessed with the nature, which I was. I took a room there so I could see the green outside. So then I may notice the green trees outside. Somebody may notice the fan. Somebody may look at the gender dynamics of this classroom. Okay. You are looking at completely different things, depending upon your natural predilections to observe. That is why when we do sociology, we make a distinction between common sense and sociological knowledge. Common sense knowledge and sociological knowledge. This can be termed differently. If you look at Robert Park, which I discovered almost before retirement, a wonderful piece in the American Journal of Sociology, News or Sociology or something, but he makes this distinction by knowledge by acquaintance and knowledge acquired. Knowledge by acquaintance is like the way we learn as we grow up. If you read Durkheim carefully, please do. Rules of Sociological Method is an amazing text. He begins by talking about social fact, right? Don't go to the definition, go to the examples. The examples is, say, how a new child is born, the child comes home. We jabardasti teach the baby ki raat ko hi sona, din mein nahi. When a baby is born in the family, everybody will say raat ko wo jaag jate hain, baki log ko pareshan karte hain aur din mein so jate hain. You socialize them. कि नहीं आपको रात को ही सोना है, जैसे भी तरीके से, और यू टीच देम कि रात को यू कांट बी हंग्री, दिन में ही आपको खाना पीना जो है करना है. Okay, now he says, which means eating, sleeping are social facts, and therefore they're imposed on you. You're not born with it. The baby doesn't know that you must not eat at night. Baby is taught. So it's external to you. It is coercive. And if you sort of resist it, then there are sanctions. Okay. And examples are wonderful, because I remember a particular incident. I was talking to some NGO activists, developmental sector people, and we were talking about dowry. As you know, I work on gender. And I said, can we use Durkheim to understand dowry as a social fact? Okay, and they said, नहीं ऐसा नहीं है, कोई जबरदस्ती इसमें है नहीं, कोई coercive external नहीं है. So I said, फिर आप dowry देते क्यों? एक साल बाद आप wedding anniversary में दे दीजिए. The moment I said that, they said, ऐसे कैसे करेंगे? बेटी का life का बात है. Which means there was fear of sanctions, कि अगर परेशान करे, which immediately gives you a sense. That brings into the question that Durkheim was conceptualizing. And Durkheim was also saying the resistance to common sense ideas is very strong in sociology, because human beings did not wait for sociology to have ideas. This is his words. Human beings did not wait for sociology to have ideas about religion, in the Indian context about caste, he doesn't use caste or class, he uses religion, he uses nationalism. Human beings did not wait to have ideas about family. As we grow up, we have ideas. But when we do academic research and writing, we have to be very self-conscious. So where do we know? How do sociology study family, kinship, religion, class, caste, stratification, economy, politics, through review of literature? Okay. And what happens is, so that when we say objective academic writing is objective, and many of us have this idea, objective matlab aapka koi bias nahi hai, koi views nahi hai, you are neutral. Bilkul nahi. Objective means that you're self-conscious about who you are, and you're defending it, your positionality, okay, and you're engaging with that body of scholarship. One more point before I stop so that we can engage in conversation. A lot of my students, particularly my early students, I learned a lot from mentoring my students, I learned a lot from teaching, because I often would say that if you all were not there, how would I speak? If all of you disappeared, I can't give the same talk. So it's always interactive. Okay? So a lot of my students, after they finish their PhD, itna pressure nahi hota tha us zamana mein for publication. So they would start publishing after they finished. And they would say, reviewer ne kaha, it reads like a report. कि मैंने field में गया, ये किया, data process किया, findings ये है. How are you different from a report? That is why you have to engage with existing scholarship. Supposing you are working on tribes, you're working on social movements. If you're not familiar with the literature on social movements or in tribes, how will you be able to say how your findings are providing a new insight, or accepting what others have said, or how you agree with some of it and disagree? You are inserting your writing into the existing body of scholarship. So that becomes extremely important. So if I sort of sum up, one is, you can't write without reading. You can't. Take concepts seriously. Don't go by fashion. Like for a while, it was all governmentality, it was all surveillance, then it was all performativity. And then as somebody working on gender, honestly, I get a little disturbed, and I say, "Ab Leela Dubey padhe hai kya?" I mean, what are you talking about performativity? So you read basic text. And if you're serious about performativity, then have you really read Judith Butler? You haven't. You've just taken that term and you are, sort of using it. Don't take any term like that. And like, you don't have to be an expert on everybody. No. But what you are doing, identify 5 key texts which are important in that field. सिर्फ वही पढ़िए, उसी पे notes लिखिए, Don't have to be an expert on everything. It's a lifelong process. I'm still writing notes and I don't know what to do with it, because I'm not even sure how long I'll be there. So I'm sort of always figuring out, ye notes se main karu kya, But that's another story. I'm going to stop here because you may have a lot of questions. And thank you again for being here. And thank you, Nilika, for giving me this opportunity. Yeah.
Okay. For questions, so anyone who has online participants. You mentioned the first person. That kind of how well is it?
At this stage of my life, I sort of bring the first person. Bring the first person. Is there a problem? Yeah. I would advise you to go by your supervisor's advice at this point of time, because it's a long process and you keep learning, and sometimes maybe caveats like using a third person is not a bad idea until you feel confident about the fact that you have a very specific point of view. So a lot of it would depend on the stage of your life, who you're writing for, would depend. So supposing you're writing an article which is on your field experiences, which is yours. Okay. So in that case, probably the I would work better. Yeah. So it would also depend upon what you're writing on, who you're writing for. But as a general principle, you could keep it in brackets, so to say, until you feel more confident about it. Yeah.
My question is that review of literature and section. Listen are in writing or not this body of writing that is already. How does one limit?
What's your topic?
I'm working on Shiv Charcha. This is section one.
Yeah. Limit would be, this is also I've learned the, hard way. Like our times there was no computer, right? So we used to go to the libraries and I used to just randomly take a book and immediately start writing notes. You all are of course wiser. Identify the established scholars of that field. Okay, so that you don't, sometimes like everybody writes books, everybody has a website. No? You as a scholar should know which is more authentic. So in sociology of religion, who are the people globally, who are the people nationally, who are the people locally. If it is in North India, has there been writings on that, the point that both Nilika and Vivek were saying in the Hindi language, that would be important. But it doesn't mean that you have to study everything, but definitely the more important one, you could put it like this, that were there writings on this in the early 20th century or later, and have there been writings the last 10 years? What is contemporary research? Since now I'm more familiar with the Indian Sociological Society, like in India, Sociological Bulletin would be a very good source. If you are a life member, it's free online access, and you could look at what happened in the 50s in sociology of religion in India, or the 60s, and they're not too many, so it won't take you too much time. Contributions to Indian sociology. So again, what kind of work was there? Say you also have different kind of theoretical frameworks. Say somebody like Professor J.P.S. Oberoi worked on Sikhism, but he used a semiotic structures approach, which is different, you know. So you could just look at the very eminent people and then look at the more contemporary, what are the issues being raised in this field in the last 10 years, and you can actually write in your research that the primary sources that I've looked at are these journals in India, these local magazines, and these global, journals or something. So people know where you are. This is the whole question of validation and academic writing. It's not a question of that you don't have views of your own, but it's a question of if somebody reads your piece, say 5 years later, they'll know who you have referred to. And if they go back and they find that you've referred them wrongly, then there is a problem. Okay, so that is what gives depth to the scholarship. You know. So my advice, this is my own learned experience, like all random, I was writing on because I had no idea what who is who. They all are not of that generation. For me, it was clueless, you know, who is supposed to be eminent, who's not supposed to be eminent. Sab pe likha. Like I, very late in my life, I heard Habermas was alive and I was so shocked because I thought they were all dead like the rest of them, you know, like some ancient. So you see, with the internet, you all are much more familiar, aware. We had no idea, you know, who is supposed to be big or not. But look at their. That's why review, plagiarism is important. A lot of people feel कि उन्हें ये elite magazine journal है, हमें तो नहीं छपेंगे. Don't think like that. बिल्कुल मत सोचिए, and don't blame the others. Some of it may be there, some of it is not. करते जाओ. Practice. It's a very boring kind of thing which we learn as children, what Nilika said, discipline. रोज पढ़ना, कुछ ना कुछ पढ़िए रोज. It's not कि मैंने अभी data collect हो गया, अभी मैं पढ़ने लगेगा. It doesn't work like that. It's a, you know, something which you keep going back and forth, you know. Or your language will change. And never give up. I was, you know, doing all these notes yesterday because not that I'm reading it out, but what she was saying, writing helps you to think that, okay, this is roughly what I'll be speaking. Anybody else? Yeah.
Secondly, when we are entering into the field and like we are asking the question and we are having the particular, we are trying to see the particular kind of social phenomena and we are not getting that response from the field itself, but we are kind of aware about it. So how we interpret this thing? Like it should be as the Kalinowski talk about what we saw into the field and just write it down. And it should be more beyond, like the more like the reads talk about, the more interpretation will come into the picture, or the nationalization of the researcher. I mean, how should we approach the research?
This is a very good question. Now, the whole question of supposing you feel that this is the truth and they're not telling it. I'll give you an example. I used to use it a lot in class. Supposing in class, I used to teach and I would ask them, do you believe in dowry? Okay. Or is dowry practice? So what do you think the response of the class was? Everybody said no. Everybody said it's very bad. Okay. And then, as a good field worker, the classroom was my field at that point of time. And I would say, okay, I know that many of them think dowry is a jolly good idea. And many of them may actually do take dowry. So I have to know why are they saying that. And then I would talk to them elsewhere. They say, hostel mein to you are bragging a lot. Somebody would tell some other कि आपका भाई को ये offer आ गया जब IAS crack हो गया. अभी आप कह रहे हैं you don't agree with dowry. Now what's happening? What's happening is not that he's lying here is not important and he's telling the truth is not important. What is important is that we are active agents and respondents. So your field, whom you're interviewing, they also know. So I asked, well, why did they say this in class? So they had a fantastic response. They said girls actually don't believe in it. And the boys laga ki aap feminist type hai. So shayad na hi bolna better hai, now that's interesting because they are active agents, we want to use the term, and they said कि ये जवाब सही रहेगा इस माहौल में और वो जवाब सही रहेगा उस माहौल में. They are also aware about how the world operates. If you read ethnomethodology or symbolic interactionism, how do we deal with this matters. So don't think what you think is the necessarily what they should think. They are also negotiating. They may be feeling ye aa gayi sawal pooch rahe, why she's asking, and they're responding. Or if you ask them about income, a lot of people who work on economic questions say वो झूठ बोलते हैं या vague हो जाते हैं. That is part of it. Or even better is about questions of biographies and narratives, which is very interesting. A lot of on gender this would work. You go to the field and you ask somebody like me about my life story. And I am educated and I'll begin, I was born on so-and-so place, such and such a year, my father did this, my mother did this, and I went to this school, and I have a proper linear, biographical, almost CV-like way of presenting my biography. So there was this work, I don't remember the name, so they did with some academic who presented it like that. Then they worked with a peasant in Latin America, that was. And that person who was doing the interview, like you, was getting very irritated. वो सवाल कुछ पूछते जवाब कुछ और देते थे. So they would say, you asked where were you born? Immediately she would go into another story about when there was a storm and what happened to her aunt at that particular point, etc. Okay, and would not respond the way she wanted it. Now, which led to the question of how we speak, which means how do we document our experiences. As literate people, our formal training has almost, inscribed in ourselves. Even when I talk to my children, probably I sound like a sociologist, which is not a jolly good idea, but because it gets embedded in it. So your question is a good question, but open it up. Maybe you will get another response if you ask it differently. Also, the anthropological question of what people do and what they say. One more quick example, if there is time. There was a survey done on gender attitudes changing in Britain, huge survey. And all the questions were attitudinal. Do you believe in gender equality? Do you think housework should be equally shared, etc.? Do you think women should go to work, etc.? And what happened was everybody gave the right political answers. So it meant 100% gender equality, which was not true. So they said, kuch to ispe, there's some problem here. And they reframed the questions to empirical questions. Empirical means how many kgs of sugar is bought for the household? Where is the extra butter kept in the kitchen? How many times is a PTA held in your school? Which was the last vaccination your child took? Okay, and the response was completely different. One more question, I think
we can take one online question.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Should I turn around or should I look
No,
here?
you're visible now.
Okay.
So I can read out the question.
Yeah.
The student is asking about the differences in the literature and what we actually encounter in the field. So not necessarily what we read is encountered in the field. So how to summarize it and how to use it in writing.
Yeah, this is bound to happen. But again, the important thing in when we do academics is to ask which text. When you read and when you go to the field, then you may have 3 readings on the same field, which may give you different alternative view. And then you have to figure out why is there this gap or difference, was it a different period of time, etc., but never, don't dump anything as irrelevant. You may get something from there, I personally feel difficulty in summarizing and using it in writing. It will take time, nothing will happen immediately, and therefore I gave the suggestion of reading, writing notes, and when you write, keep going back. I also do something now. Say I have an idea, a new idea has come to me. I open a file and I write down just the ideas. And then maybe I find a reading which somehow throws light on that, and I write notes and I put it in the same folder. It helps, later, not immediately, yeah. How to distinguish between field work and report. Okay, you can have field work and for a report. Supposing you're doing a project, okay, and you want to find out age of girls post-COVID of marriage in slums in Delhi. All of us know it went down during COVID, okay. Now, in a report, you will probably say, this was my sample size. I spoke to so many respondents. These were the questions. I summarize it and it becomes a report. Now, if you have to transform it into, ma'am is not audible. That's okay. Okay. Yeah. So if you have to translate that report into an academic writing, then the questions would be very different. For example, COVID was a crisis. Okay, and a crisis which aggravated questions of inequality. Inequality existed before COVID, during COVID, after COVID. But it acquired a specificity during COVID, right? Who was the person who could use sanitizers, who could, close yourself into a room, how many times you could wash your hands, and so would it depends. So here you would have to do a little bit of reading on inequality, on questions of caste. You remember the question of caste slurs during the COVID period. You remember questions of religion, migrants, so many questions came which exist in our society. But a report will probably not have it. They will just summarize the empirical finding. So therefore, the reading is very important. So if you're an academic doing a report, it will come naturally to you. But if you are not trained as an academic, then the report will remain sounding like a report, and you will feel very frustrated कि मैंने इतने मेहनत किया, field में भी गया, और अब कुछ छप नहीं रहा. But for that, that reading is absolutely critical. Yeah.
Can take one last question.
Yeah. I think you had begun.
I'm Shreya, doing my PhD here in the center. I wanted to ask you, you mentioned about how you are a lot of time to understand what framework is, and this is something that I still feel that I usually read so much of literature and hear so many concepts, and sometimes by reading, I feel that some concepts suits my research more, and then how do I actually decide upon the framework that I should be using?
What are you working on?
My work is on sociology of health and medicine.
Sociology of health and medicine. You see, there are different kinds of levels. Like if we look at Merton, you have this whole question of middle range concepts, right? And you have larger theoretical frame. Very obviously, if you read your textbook rendition of sociology, you will have, I don't know why they have it like that, but they'll have something called a conflict approach. And what do they put it? Functionalist approach. Okay. So those are this really large framework, okay, within which you could look at. Basically, you are arguing that is society stratified? Are there organizing principles of society like class, caste, gender? Are they in intersectionality, which is now not how they put conflict. For some reason, they put Darendorf and Koser there. I have no idea why they do it, but basically that what is the structure of society? I think as a good sociologist, it should be the structure of society. And what is the structure of society? What do you feel in health, for example? Does the structure, say, class or caste matter? Gender matter? Why does it matter? Because your location within that structure of society is differential. If you're a poor woman, maybe you're a poor woman from a marginalized caste or community, your chances of good health versus somebody who is privileged, has access would be different, which means you cannot understand health without understanding the structure of society. Now, within that structure of society, how do you understand class? How do you understand caste? How do you understand gender? Would be depending upon what resources that is the framework, right? That is beyond the empirical. You can't go to the field and say, I can see class. I can't make out from looking at you, what is the income of your family? That's not that. That has to be beyond. And that is why it is the beyond the facade, beyond what appears. And for that is why you need a framework. And that is why you have to have a understanding of the structure. And to understand the structure, you will have different kinds of frameworks, which whatever works. I would feel some framework is better than none. Otherwise, it's abstracted empiricism, like that study on attitudes, which is there. The other thing is to read very carefully, because a lot of us have misconceptions. And just one final word. For example, a lot of people will talk about imagination and creativity. And they mention C. Wright Mill's sociological imagination as an example of imagining, okay? Now, he's talking about sociological imagination, not about imagination, okay? He's asking, a good sociologist should have three kinds of questions that you must ask. He says, I don't know whether I've taken out the notes here, I may not, is that what kind of society is it historically? Say today, 2025, what kind of society do we live in? And he's not talking descriptively, but conceptually. Say, if today I have to describe two concepts which define contemporary society, is a new liberal society, move from manufacturing to service sector. All of you have to have API scores. You have to publish. You have to have a CV. I didn't have a CV. I don't know till when, because we never needed a CV, which means that this structure impinges upon how I run my life or do my academia. And then you have to understand what neoliberalism is. Is it different from earlier capitalism or not, etc. The other thing, which is obviously, is populism, authoritarianism globally, which is taking place. You have to read one or two of that. These are the macro structures which is there. So that is what Mills is asking, historically where we are. The second question is wonderful. He says, what kind of people live in such societies? What kind of people are these? Meaning, how do these historical structural factors make us who we are? You know, like if we feel very jolly, if people are being bombed, then there's something is to be explained historically, you know, not because we have suddenly become bad people or less compassionate, you know. So he's talking about the personal and the public in a more complex fashion. Not that we have to be very creative and very imaginative in a random sense of the term, you know. So read carefully, because we have popular notions of books. I think I've run out of time and I'll stop over here. Yeah, thank you.
Actually, ma'am, our co-convener, Dr. Suraj, is online.
Yeah.
And he would like to deliver the vote of thanks.
Okay.
So, Dr. Suraj, kindly.
Are you a member of the RC-01?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Priya. So, on behalf of RC-01 Theory and Practice in Sociology, Indian Sociological Society, I would like to convey my vote of thanks. Research, academic reading, research, and writing workshop. I would like to begin by thanking Professor Vivek Kumar Sir, who is the Dean, School of Social Sciences at JNU, for briefly for grounding the ideas about research and raising key questions of power, inequality, language, and subjectivity and objectivity comes into the whole space of writing. I would also like to thank Dr. Professor Manoj Kumar Jaina, the chairperson of CSSS, for providing this opportunity to conduct this workshop in a hybrid mode, where students could also participate in offline in our committee room. I would like to thank Professor Nilika Mehrotra ma'am, the convener of RC-01 and for being always looking forward to this writing workshop. I remember we have been discussing this for very long, and she has been kind of mobilizing all the resources, and finally it is happening thanks to Nilika ma'am and also CSSS for providing this very important opportunity to PhD scholars who need this in terms of their writing, because we never had this kind of opportunity when we were there. And thank you very much, Professor Maitri Chaudhary ma'am, for delivering your keynote address to this very important workshop. And I remember many things. As I was listening to your address, I could literally feel that I'm back again in the time period 2009 and 11 when I was doing MA there at CSSS. So it felt like Thursday seminar or MPhil course classes again going on. So it was always a treat to listen to you. And I'm sure all the participants have been following and taken notes of all the important points that you have mentioned. I would like to thank all the participants for joining online and offline for this very important workshop. I'm sure you will go through this all the sessions and you will learn from different resource persons. And last but not the least, I would like to thank all the members of the organizing team of this workshop, particularly the scholars at CSSS. I can mention Ayush, Junaid, Divya, and please excuse me if I've missed any name. Thank you very much for running all these days to make this materialize. And finally, the workshop is happening. And I'm looking forward to this workshop. So on behalf of RC-01, again, I would like to thank each and every person associated with the workshop for making it a successful event. Thank you.
Exactly a calendar year from now. And abhi nahi to kabhi nahi. You know, that feeling just comes and dawns upon you. And that's when you sit down and you collect all the masses of material that you accumulated over these 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, right? And now you just have to beat them into shape and make something. So the process differs from person to person. And once again, I'd just like to add a disclaimer here. Nothing that I'm going to talk about today is prescriptive, okay? Everybody's process is different. Everybody's trajectory is different. There are some of you who may get a job in the middle of your thesis and leave your PhD for some time and then come back to it later. There are some of you who may, get into other familial kinds of obligations and so on. So no one PhD trajectory is comparable to another. All of us, it comes with its attendant issues, challenges, and so on and so forth. But what I'm trying to lay out today is certain common things, certain common themes, certain common issues that all of us do encounter in the process of writing a PhD thesis, right? So basically, you have decided that you're now going to write. So you've assembled your sources, your resources, your data, your field notes, your literature reviews, your chapter summaries, stuff that you've written. I mean, I was listening very intently to what I could of Maitri ma'am's class, and such an important piece of advice that, when you read things, just keep writing about them and putting them all in separate folders, right? So you would be having your synopsis laid out. You have a good idea of what your, research questions are. You have a good idea of what your chapterization is going to look like. It may change in the course of, the writing. But if you have a folder for each of your chapters, and whatever material that you get and whatever stuff that you're writing, whatever summaries you're generating, whatever, book reviews you're putting in, just keep bunging them all into these different folders so that everything is at least there in one place, right? Make a timetable. I cannot emphasize this enough, right? Make a timetable. When is it that you actually sit at your table? When is it that you break for your tea, break for your lunch? Make it a rigorous timetable like your school timetable. Switch your phone off unless some absolutely critical news is going to come from somewhere. Oh, you've been selected for this fantastic job. You're expecting something like that. Or, keep distractions at bay. The easiest thing in the world for me to say. I know how omnipresent, the social media is around us. I know how omnipresent distractions are all around us. But if you have to write, you have to create this space, this timetable, this desk, this workstation for yourself, I know many of us don't have the luxury of having a dedicated room or a space where everything is, very comfortable. We all come from different socioeconomic backgrounds, people, access, equality, inequality. These are, as sociologists, these are issues that all of us deal with. But within whatever we can, try to carve out that little, space for yourself where you can sit and work with quietude, with concentration, right? Prepare a detailed outline. Now, this is something which actually really helped me. When you start writing, it's a good idea sometimes, at least it was a good idea for me, spend maybe a few days on just writing a comprehensive, table of contents. A very comprehensive. जब मैं लिखूंगी तो क्या लिखूंगी, कहाँ लिखूंगी. Okay. So chapters के headings, subheadings. उस subheading में क्या आ जाएगा? Subheadings. I teach in Indira Gandhi Open University, where our major work is preparing open and distance material. So we have a very, very well-defined structure when we write. So it's objectives, introductions, then first section. Under that section will be 1.1.1, 1.1.2. So for me, my IGNOU training was a great help in helping me to write my thesis, because I went in a very, very logical kind of a way. Of course, those sections may change. 1.1.1 may end up in 5.3.4, right? But at least you've got a plan. You know where all the various bits and pieces that you have in those multiple folders on your desk are going to go or not go. You may throw them out. That's fine. Save them for a paper later on. Save them for some future work. No problem. Now, again, I'm saying make a timetable. I know this is not a typo. Make a timetable and set realistic targets. Very, very important. If you think, I'll just, chapter 1 will be done in a week. No problem. I've got everything. Bas ab likhna hi hai. Just have to put it all together. 1 week sufficient. By the end of 1 week, you're tearing your hair out because the first paragraph hasn't been, properly formulated. Does this sound familiar? Been there, done that, all of us, right? So set realistic targets for yourself and always keep in mind, these days there's a lot of issues about getting extensions. In some universities, you don't have the concept of 9B. You still have it in JNU, I hope. No, it's gone away. Oh dear. Okay. So rules of, duration and so on have become extremely, fixed now. So the idea is to complete your thesis. It's a different deadline for men. It's a different deadline for women. But the goal is to finish it within a particular time period. So even though sometimes we may say that, a thesis writing is not a mechanical activity, sometimes you do need more time. But given the constraints, I think it's very important to bear in mind the institutional constraints within which you are working, right? Also consider forming a writing group with your peers. Trust me, this is very helpful. If 3 or 4 of you are in the same cohort, you're good friends, or even if you're not, it's great to keep sharing your writing with each other. So if whatever you're writing, if you're constantly sharing it with somebody who's reflecting on it, critiquing it, and giving it back to you. Because remember, supervisors may not have time to read every single bit of what you are writing and giving them. Very often your chapters may be with your supervisors, but due to their other, academic calendar and engagements and so on and so forth, they may not be able to give it to you. The turnover may not be like, subah diya, sham ko, with comments and, what is it called? Spell check and everything, So, just to share a note, my students really tear their hair out when they give something to me, because when it comes back, it's all, it's all review and track change mode. So, that sentence will go. So every supervisor has their way of working, or looking at a text that is sent to them, right? So a writing group is a great idea, right? And also, and I can't once again emphasize this enough, take care of your physical and mental health. Writing a PhD can be a very lonely experience. It can be a very alienating experience. Sometimes you may have conflicts with your teachers, with your, colleagues. The job that you wanted and you were so sure you were going to get didn't come through. You were so sure you'd get a JRF in this attempt, but it hasn't happened, right? So there are so many everyday challenges and frustrations that we have to deal with, because you have given a very big commitment of your time, your energy, your intellectual, energies, your psychological capacities to this whole business of writing a PhD thesis. Okay. So obviously there are going to be times when you feel ill, you feel sick, you never want to see a computer again, you never want to see data again, you never want to see a, ho jata hai. So cut yourself some slack. Keep a timetable, but also be kind to yourself. Don't be too kind though, I mean. So let's ask a very fundamental question. A thesis kya hai? What is a thesis? And the reason I'm asking this is important because, it will give us an idea about how to go on. So according to the Britannica dictionary, a long piece of writing on a particular subject that is done to earn a degree at a university, and emphasizing certain words. A dissertation embodying results of original research and especially substantiating a specific view, especially one written by a candidate for an academic degree. So, of course, it has to be an original piece of work. Of course, it has to be a substantial piece of writing on a particular area of work. But remember, it is an examination document. This term, an examination document, was actually told to me by a very senior retired teacher in the center at the time when I was working on my PhD. And I really wanted to experiment with different kinds of writing. I wanted to, be creative. But I was gently told that, a PhD is actually an examination document. So many of you may have ideas, I want to bust the whatever. I want to think out of the box. I want to do something really creative, different, original, interesting, write in a way that has never been written before, and so on and so forth. Exercise abundant caution here. Okay, so because ultimately it's an examination that you're trying to pass, right? So let's see what this examination document basically consists of. And of course, you know all of this. Whatever I'm saying is not, rocket science. You know all of this. But now that you're at that stage of 2.5, 3 years down into thesis, it's a good idea, as I'm talking about this, to think about your own work and try and relate what I'm saying to where you are right now in your academic journey and what are the things that you need to work on. So we all know this title pehle aata hai. Simple title ab sabka confirm ho gaya hai. Scope for changing title is very, very limited. But those who are still not yet with a title, it's actually the title that is so important and such a critical part of your thesis, right? Because they say what's in a name, or there's a lot in a name, so title, we'll come to that. So title, acknowledgements, abstracts, TOC, right? Introduction, literature review, methodology and research methods, empirical findings, discussions, conclusion, references, bibliography, appendices. Standard items. In what order they come, of course, appendices will come baad mein hi and references bhi ant mein hi aa jayenge. But you may have an introduction chapter which also includes your methodology. You may have literature review which you're kind of splitting across chapters. The way you structure it is a different matter. We're not going there. But these are the essential elements. These are the essential ingredients that go into the making of a thesis. And what does a well-written thesis look like? All of you, I'm sure a great thing to do, and I'm sure all of you have done this, go to the library and browse thesis. Just see how people, your colleagues, the cohort before you, somebody 20 years ago, somebody, 25 years ago, all the material is available both in physical as well as digital form, right? Look at other people's theses and try then and see which of these theses really you found engaging, right? And you'll find that there are certain common elements in what constitutes good writing. Firstly, it should make sense to the reader. Okay. There is a notion amongst many scholars that writing impenetrably, writing in the most turgid, what shall we say, exotic, ununderstandable prose with paragraphs extending almost half the page, that constitutes good writing or that constitutes scholarly writing. It may, but it's jolly difficult to read, And so to an examiner, to a reviewer who's getting a thesis, which is it is written in the most, convoluted way, it's very difficult to do. So keep your writing clean, keep your writing logical. If there's a thing that's some, eating your food like this and then eating your food like that. So they're both ways of eating, but I think this is much more ergonomically efficient and, probably a good idea too, right? So there should be a logical flow of ideas and the paths should be linked to the whole. So just a very, a basic tip that I'll give all of you. Ask yourself, just take a minute to reflect on it. Think to yourself, in a sentence or in as few words as possible, what is your thesis about? One coherent sentence. Think, 2 minutes. Just think. Close your eyes if needed and just think, what is my thesis? Like, it's a Twitter post, 140 characters or whatever. What is your thesis about? And this is what you should be striving to do, to be so clear about what it is that you're doing, that clarity, shines out in every single page that you're writing. There should never be any doubt what you are trying to do, okay, when you're writing. Okay? Tough ask, but think about it. The more they say the more you beat up your eggs, the properly beaten eggs will make a nice cake, right? So when you make a cake, you just don't clunk in the eggs as it is. Those what is the recipe does? Whip till peaks form, the egg whites. So you have to beat your data together, beat your reading together till it becomes very frothy in a sort of to use a metaphor, but something that is really going to hold the entire 80,000, 90,000 words together. Okay, so since this is a writing workshop, I think it's important to think about how we write. Think about how we beat our ideas together. Think about how we synthesize our ideas to come out with a solid and coherent piece of writing. So the language, as I mentioned, should be clear and accessible. Academic writing does not mean jargon and sentences that look like paragraphs. Okay, so where you can say something in 2 sentences, please say it in 2 sentences and not one very huge sentence, probably with the wrong clause beach mein, and then it just all reads very clunky. So, write simply, write clearly, and that will, and see, English is not our first language. So none of us are native English speakers, right? So because we are writing in a language that is a foreign language, the simpler you keep it, the more accessible, legible, right, relatable you keep it, the easier it is for you to write and the easier it is for the other person who's also not a native English speaker to read, okay? And the last point I cannot emphasize enough. Please, proper editing, proofreading, free of typos, jahan tak sambhav hai, and inconsistencies in references and usage of terms. And this is so easy for you people these days with all the tools that you have. One run through in Grammarly will clean up all your typos, all your grammatical mistakes. You have so many reference management softwares which are going to help you to get all your references in the order, in the citation format that you want, and so on and so forth. Gone are the days where, word by word, line by line, page by page, and still finding 100 typos in the 3rd draft. It's going to go to the word, it's going to go for binding tomorrow, and you find a glaring bloomer on page 1, So those days are over, right? So take your time. But let me tell you, very often, manually reading it works way better than machine reading. Okay? Because a machine will read words. So many words may have different meanings, but they are still words, right? But those words are not what you intended. And English is a notoriously, annoying language, right? As we all know. Next, let's come to the essential ingredients that make up the thesis. Title, abstract, TOC. Okay, very quickly, I'm going to go over these. The title should be related to your topic or your research question. avoid, please, long-winded, ambiguous, or controversial titles. We may think it's very fancy to give a very, a very postmodern or a very, post whatever sounding title. But very often you will find that the more boring, the more broad, the more, restrained a title is, it will actually help your cause, because often, particularly in the social sciences, as we go on the field, we find a lot of things, we find a lot of new sort of directions. We find a lot of new, things which we to explore, or which go or which feed finally into our thesis, which we had not anticipated. That is the fun of the field. That is the, that is the magic of the field. So your title should be broad enough, but yet relate very clearly to whatever research questions you are raising. And try as far as possible to avoid jargons, avoid abbreviations in your titles. Okay, so there are some very, very good tips, or there are very, very good, guidelines on your title. The acknowledgement section is also an important one. This is where you are able to apni bharas nikal sakte ho, so in a sense. So obviously, and be very, I think it's important here to acknowledge your university, your supervisor, people who helped you, right? Because without that, the thesis wouldn't have happened, right? So you're acknowledged. And then of course, acknowledgements also have a, personal touch in which you acknowledge your family, or, your friends, and so on and so forth. But keep it brief and keep it formal. Don't go overboard. Keep it brief and keep it restrained. Abstract. Very, very important. Because remember, in our university system, it's the abstract that goes to the external reviewer. Reviewer pehle abstract padhte hain, fir wo consent dete hain ki I agree to, examine this thesis or not, right? So very often, if we get an abstract which is very poorly written, then you have an idea, that this work is not going to be to the mark, and therefore it's easier to refuse to evaluate it rather than get it and then, be in that difficult position of having to send negative remarks, right? Abstract is the reviewer's first encounter with your thesis, and as you know, first impressions are crucial. Abstract also in many in library systems, that is what is going to be indexed. That is what is really going to be looked at when somebody is trying to access your work, right? So this in modern library systems, abstracts are indexed, and and so to find a particular work or to find a particular author's work, the abstract becomes a very, very important ingredient. So what does it do? Basically outlines and summarizes the research, touches upon all the major sections, and states the contribution of your thesis to the field. Okay. So remember, the abstract has to be done very carefully. Don't just say, "Acha, abstract hai, wo 5 minutes mein ho jayega, idhar se copy kiya, idhar se paste kiya," with different sections. Do it at the end of your thesis. Once your thesis is written, at least your final draft is ready, then you write the abstract. But don't think that it is something which is very, trifling document. It's just some additional papers to be added with your thesis. It has a huge role to play in terms of how the thesis overall is going to look like. TOC. Once again, I pointed out that it's a good idea before you start writing to have a very comprehensive TOC in which you lay out the structure of your thesis. But of course, once you've written it, right, you may have arranged your subheadings differently. The heading that you had anticipated, in chapter 1 has gone to chapter 3, and so on and so forth. But your TOC also has to be done with a lot of care. Okay, so your chapter titles, your section headings, subheadings, lists of tables and figures, abbreviations, all need to be very properly, laid out with the correct pagination. And be very careful about this, because, when you go in for printing, what very often happens is at the printer, the pagination goes a little awry. So, your page 14 may end up being page 16, and you haven't checked that. So when your final, copy before it gets bound comes from the printer, tally your pagination very carefully. And once again, like I said, you have softwares for that. Okay, the big one, and probably the hardest to do. What do you do in your introduction? And introduction is really basically setting the stage. There's a saying that well begun is half done, right? a good introduction is half the battle won. Okay? So your introduction basically contains your background of the thesis, your context, your rationale, aims and objectives. What is the difference between a research question and aims and objectives? सोच के बताना. Okay. Hypothesis, if any, right? Research questions, chapter summaries. Okay, so each chapter you need to rise, in your introduction. So basically, in a nutshell, when a person reads the introduction of your thesis, you have pretty much walked them through the research, what they are likely to encounter in the, in the rest of the thesis, and prepared them in a way for what is to come and why your thesis is important to the field. What is the contribution that your thesis is making to knowledge? So pay a lot of attention to your introduction chapter. Very often people write the introduction much later, so there's no hard and fast rule कि पहले introduction लिखो फिर अगला वाला, don't go, कि sequence में ही जाना, जरूरी नहीं है. You may write your introduction at the end, not a problem. Write it at any point of time you want, but make sure that your introductory chapter is a solid one. Okay, is a really solid one which gives an idea about what is to come in the rest of the work ahead. Okay. Literature review. Now, this is always a problem because a lot of students, when they do a literature review, you will have, thousands and thousands of words detailing what is in this paper, what is in that book, what this author has said. There's a lot of information, but it's not information that we want. We need that information to be problematized, thematized, critiqued, right? Understood in the context of what it is that you are going to do. Why is this literature important in your thesis, right? That requires a lot of thinking, right? It is not, literature review is not just accretive, that you're just adding. It means an engagement, an intense engagement with ideas. The ideas that are there in the literature that you're looking at, and engaging with these ideas, engaging with the state of art in the field, and then, this is the most important, what is the research gap? So there is the sea of literature and everything that you ever wanted to talk about in a particular topic, but what is the research gap? What is it that you are planning to do which other people have not done, right? And of course, let's be realistic. There's no such thing as absolutely new and unique knowledge which has not been, sort of attempted by anybody else in the entire wide world. ऐसा तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं है. But there is always, your location. Where are you positioned in terms of your geography, in terms of your social context, right? In terms of the socio-economic situation, in terms of the historical context. What Maitri ma'am so beautifully summarized in the end when she was talking about mills, a particular historical period. Within that historical period, what is it that people do? What is it that people think, right? So every context, all of you have studied anthropological theory, and you know that when anthropologist X went into the field in the 1930s, what he or she found was very, very different from what another goes. She finds a very, very different kind of reality from what was observed by Malinowski, right? So gender, caste, class, your location basically makes a world of difference to what you are actually going to be able to find in the field, or what your take on a particular situation is going to be like. Theoretical framework, how does it relate to existing knowledge and ideas? This is also a very, very important point. I think ma'am had discussed it in the earlier class, so I'll not go into detail. Just remember that a literature review isn't just a summary of texts. It is a critical analysis of their themes. Okay, and this is not easy to do. So you need to keep thinking about what you're reading. Whenever you read something, write a note, लिख लो, summarize करो. Tracy writing school में किया है ना सबने? लेकिन हम बड़े होके नहीं करते हैं, वो तो स्कूल तक ही रह जाता है. Start summarizing everything that you read. That will get you also into the habit of writing, right? One of the very easy ways to get out of this these days is what we call generative AI. So when I was trying to read something to prepare for this class, I was just getting that box popping up, at the bottom of my screen, generative AI, and I had to keep switching because I don't want generative AI to tell me what I'm doing. But it's a very easy way to, fast forward the process. Sometimes when you're at a, when you're strapped for time, you need to, go through certain things. You can use, it's absolutely legit to use these tools, but not at the expense of your own critical reflection, right? So when I'm critically reading something, I need to use my critical faculties, right? Let's go to the methodology and fieldwork chapter quickly. So basically, what is the rationale for, what methodology you have adopted? Why are you doing a qualitative study? Why are you doing a mixed method study? Why are you doing a quantitative study, and so on? I don't need to explain this to you at all. Tools of data collection, the field site and fieldwork strategy. And here, this is also important, as social scientists, what were the challenges and what was your negotiation of these challenges and ethical dilemmas in the field, right? So ethics in research is not just PG, as they call it, or, getting your thesis with I cleared my thesis with 0.01 PG. So therefore, it's an ethical piece of work. You may have used the most unethical practices to get your data, right? So ethics in research is, a concept that really, I think there will be sessions on that, right? So how are you actually negotiating these dilemmas of the field? Now, for someone who's done ethnographic research, these then become very critical questions. How do you enter the field? How do you negotiate with the stakeholders? What are the kinds of, what is your positionality? Many of these questions come up. So as social science researchers, your methods and methodology chapter are very, very crucial, because that really gives your reader an understanding as to how you actually approach the problem at hand, how you actually negotiated with the situation around you, and came out with data that are different from any other researcher before you and possibly after you, right? And of course, like I mentioned, reflexive insights. This is also, so those of you who are, inclined towards more feminist, kind of a methodology. So feminist methodology always emphasizes the need for reflexivity, the need for us to actually examine our position, with a gendered lens, to see how gendered relations actually structure the research relationship and so on, right? Of course, findings, results, and discussions. This can spread across 2 or 3 chapters, or 1 chapter. So this is, I'm not getting into the specifics of what your individual thesis is going to look like. You know that better than I do. But in this section, this is, of course, the vital core of your thesis. This is what will make or break your thesis at the end, right? So presentation of your original data and findings. Relate your findings to your research questions. This is very important. Sometimes, you read a thesis and the introduction says, okay, these are my aims and objectives. These are my research questions. Then you go to the empirical part and then, you're seeing a lot of empirical data, but you're really kind of wondering, how does it link to what this person has said that they wanted to do, right? So your data should be supporting, or your data should be correlating with the questions that you have said you want to answer. Okay, so keep that cross-referencing, tendency. Contextualize, relate your findings to your theoretical framework and what it means for your research area. Now, you may find a lot of things, like I said, research can throw up a lot of very interesting surprises. It can give you the occasional nasty shock also. But all of this is data. I think I would imagine a lot of researchers, since we spoke about, the pandemic in the earlier session, sure, a lot of researchers who were doing their work at the time when, the pandemic struck, had to probably adopt entirely different lines of, or ways of working, whether it was vis-a-vis gathering information from the field and so on and so forth. And a whole lot of, new research questions would have thrown themselves up in the context of, the research that they were doing. But I don't think we have time for that. How much time do we have? 15 minutes? Oh, we have till 1. Okay, so,
question.
okay, so I think I'll,
We're good to go.
yeah, okay. Now, this also is a very important chapter. So like, I read in one of the papers that I was reading for this presentation, that your conclusion is actually the mirror image of your introduction. So your introduction will go from, rationale, and then it will come down to actually your research questions, right? It'll go in a certain flow. Your conclusion will start with the end of your introduction and then loop back to the beginning. Okay, so your conclusion will begin by summarizing what your findings are, right? So it's your introduction and your conclusion when read together, will give a very good sense of the way in which your thesis has progressed logically. Okay, so review and reiterate your findings in the context of your original aims and objectives and how the questions that you raised at the start are answered. So that's basically what your conclusion tries to do. Also, we also open up avenues for future research. There's always a disclaimer that this particular research or this particular thesis has its limitations in terms of it is covering a narrow aspect of social reality. It is very context specific. It is very time specific. However, it opens up future research avenues, whatever, which you may want to come back to when you do your postdoctoral work, or or maybe over the course of your academic career, come back to some of the questions that you have raised in your PhD research and then work on them further. And these days, I think there is a compulsory requirement for having recommendations in a separate file, which you so whatever sort of recommendations in terms of policy that your work throws up, those also obviously are covered in your conclusion. So basically, the first point, tie everything together. And once again, remember what I said at the beginning. What is your research? What is your thesis about in one sentence? That one sentence should be there so clearly that 80,000 words लिखने के बाद अगर आपको कोई पूछे कि आपने क्या लिखा है, तो आपको 2 सेंटेंस में बताना आना चाहिए. आप तो पूरे 80,000 वर्ड्स तो बोलोगे नहीं ना, right? 2 सेंटेंस में क्या है? So that's the level of clarity you have to try and build in, or that's the level of clarity you have to try and achieve. Okay, very, very important. I'm not done yet. Accurate, consistent referencing and citations. Okay, very important and very easy nowadays. No problem, no excuse. Of course, the variety or the the citation styles all depend upon your discipline. Those who come from English or the literary studies, they don't even call it references. They say work cited, right? Whereas we in social sciences would have references. References refer to everything that has been referred to in the text. A bibliography is a broader list. So the bibliography will include references plus other readings which may not have been explicitly referred to in the text, but nevertheless you have consulted them and they have been in some way used, or you are giving a wider kind of an ambit of titles or papers that you want your reader to see. Now this is very important. Of course, familiarize yourself with the latest version. APA ka kaun sa hai? Latest 7, no? Okay. Mug that thing up, cover to cover, ratlo. Because, and like I'll share this with you since I'm a generation older, there are many things about citation. Because as the forms, as the media, like for instance, you're getting a lot of online sources, blogs, social media posts, right? Not films, but maybe, OTP. How do you cite these things? As new things are coming up, which you want to cite, you need to be conversant with the technique, or with the, what is it called? Conventions, right? That a particular citation style has for different kinds of sources and texts. So these days we use so many views, documentary evidence, we use, so many multimedia things. So how do we actually cite these? So there is a convention. All your citation manuals will have conventions for the manner in which you cite these things. Okay, so use the same citation. I mean, I've seen cases in which somebody was writing about film, right? But the person, when citing, used the MLA citation style for film, whereas the rest of the thesis was all in APA. Okay, because she must have just, Googled how to cite a film, and the first thing that popped up, she must have thought that's the way, right? So these are things you need to be very careful, because the MLA way you cite a film is very different from APA. But everything is available. So like I said, no excuse. Okay, now this is what the second part of my, talk, the one with, I think a lot of people have been waiting for with bated breath, software tools, AI, I'm just going to give you a run through, because you know way more about this than I do. But what I would urge you as sociologists to do is think about how technology can be used in the writing process. What are the pitfalls of technology? And what are the very important sociological issues vis-a-vis inequality, vis-a-vis, access, which technology opens up and also forecloses? Because a lot of these tools may be free, but a lot of these tools are also tools that you pay for, right? A lot of these tools are also, and I think I won't get into the discussion, but I think all of you must be pretty much, sort of agitated or discussing the way in which LibGen and have been banned. So that opens up a whole discourse on access, right? On equity, on who owns knowledge. Is knowledge or is research something that is to be concentrated in the hands of a few mega publishing houses, which are like, mega corporations in their own right? Or is knowledge free? Tagore's famous statement, where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls. So that is something that we really sort of, it is an ongoing debate. So the software tools that really help you in thesis writing, and I got this from a very interesting article, which is on a website called ilovephd.com. Nice, no? So, but it's actually very, very informative. So there are a range of reference management softwares which will help you to manage your citations, format your citations in the style that you want, right? So there are those which are very helpful. Word processing software, your Microsoft Word and so on and so forth, but very important. How would you do your thesis without them, right? Research databases and search engines. You need to be aware of which are the, search engines or the databases which have, a rich kind of a repository, whether it's Science Direct or whether it's Google Scholar and so on and so forth. You also have note-taking tools, which can be very, very useful, to help to consolidate, all the material that you're reading. You have project management and task tracking software tools to keep you on course, to keep you, to keep your deadlines in order, right? Data analysis and visualization tools. So all these are the multiplicity of tools, and all the names, every day you have a new tool that pops up, right? So there's no point in sort of, enumerating them. You can find them, but know that these are available. Know that you can greatly simplify your work by making judicious use of these tools. And I highlight the word judicious. Okay, so now then, okay, आज की breaking news, आज की ताजा खबर. Sorry, let me just have it. Thank you. So AI and research writing, promises and pitfalls. So I got this very good write-up from the University of Northern California website, which actually has some really lovely material on academic writing, thesis writing and so on. So do, look at this website and on all aspects. So they have a beautiful write-up on academic writing as such, what are the conventions of academic writing? How do you actually write for research and so on? So very, very lovely resources here. So the term, so what is basically, I think all of you understand this, so whether it's ChatGPT or Microsoft Copilot, Perplexity, or any of the other, AI tools that we're talking about. So these are technologies which basically use large language models to scrape the internet and create various kinds of pieces of information, whether it's new text, images, sounds, videos, etc. So basically, even though we call it artificial intelligence, it actually builds on a whole repository of information that is human created, right? but the way that it actually digs, delves, and assembles it really is something which is really a kind of a huge evolution of technology in ways which we had not imagined. Those of us who are unimaginative like me had never imagined. And I think the everyday kind of impact of this in terms of the things we see, the news we consume, right? The way in which history can be completely concocted, the way in which real events can be completely changed with the help of a few images, with the help of a little bit of text. So this post-reality, which I think is a post-truth world, I think this term post-truth had come about, is a very interesting, exciting, but very scary one. So it lends itself to immense misuse. It lends itself to immense manipulation. And here as scholars, we really need to look at the way in which we use this technology in a very, very critical and nuanced way. To deny this technology would be extremely foolish, right? We are living in a neoliberal world, living in a world where technology is, is a kind of a, and to understand this technology, understanding this technology then gives us the wherewithal or gives us the critical skills to use it in an ethical, right? And in a, in a solid way, right? So it's very, very important to negotiate with this new technology. It's very, very important to understand it, but also equally important to understand its limitations, to understand its pitfalls. And that very quickly is what we're going to try and see. So you've heard, of course, the term prompting. You can ask AI to do anything. Imagine what I would look like in the 18th century, if I was fighting a mob of, we have to think of something suitably crazy, Suppose I was mid 300 BC princess in a particular kingdom and we were being attacked by invaders. What would I be doing? Think of a speech for me to give. It will give you, no problem. So your imagination really has to keep up with, AI. You can concoct all kinds of scenarios, whether it's as simple a thing as, I'm traveling to, South India. Please give me a good itinerary of places, of restaurants. It'll give you a beautiful one, and that can be very reliable, right? So it can be used in a multiplicity of ways, and just see how it is used. Keep working. I mean, not working. I mean, actually experiment with it, play with it. Because it can give you some really very, very interesting outcomes. At the same time, it can also give you some very dodgy outcomes, and the lines between then reality and fiction get blurred. So this is what you need to be alert about. AI is also great at generating outlines. Okay, so we'd spoken about the outline as being such an important aspect of really helping you to work through for your writing up your thesis. So outlines are something that AI very effectively generates, as we see, in anything. You open a text, the generative AI will give you a very, very good kind of a summary of what it is that you're about to read or that you have actually read. So it also generates different models of genres or types of writing. Okay, so any kind of way in which you want to write. You want to write in an academic way. You want to write in American English. You want to write in British English. There are all the genres or all the various types will be available, and it will, mold your writing, or it will write your stuff for you accordingly. It's also excellent at summarizing longer texts. So this is one very, very good use of generative AI. Editing and refining, translation. Okay, so we know now big, large machine models are actually making available English, things that are written in English to a large, to a range of languages. So using AI to translate, for instance, in my own university, IGNU, we are now translating a lot of our material, which was written in English, into multiple regional languages. So very recently, the MBA program of IGNU, which is a very popular one, was translated into Odia. So, it is available now for in Odisha as well in the regional language. So, translation is a very, very important function that AI is, particularly in a multilingual, multi-ethnic culture like ours. Also, it's very important and useful in what we call transactional communication. So, for instance, your PhD is not just about writing your PhD. You have to be in correspondence with so many people. You're applying for a grant, you're applying for a scholarship, you're applying for a foreign conference or seminar, right? So a lot of the formal writing, sending out emails, generating letters, generating applications, these are things that AI can help you with a lot in terms of formats. Because very often we don't know, the way in which an email is to be drafted, say, to a foreign funder, or to a foreign scholar who's working on something. So with these transactional tasks, AI can be of great use. Nothing that I'm saying is original. Okay, it is all, that is why it's an inverted commas. It's from the Writing Center UNC, Tips and Tools, Generative AI in Academic Writing. A fantastically useful article. It really, I found it very illuminating. Now then, this is where I think we all need to think a little bit about some of the potential pitfalls. Okay, and this is the scariest in my opinion. Information may be false. Yeah. AI hai to sach hoga hi. No, So citations and quotes may be invented. It was enough to give me a sleepless night, thinking of how many citations and quotes may have been invented, and you in good faith, they're there in an article. That article may have been written with the use of AI. You are citing that particular thing, citing that article. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then it's something invented, the person and the text never existed. Quite is so alarming, right? Responses may contain biases. Of course they will, because the very nature of generative AI is that it's scraping what already exists, which has been produced by human beings. There may be areas in which a lot has been written from a particular perspective and not from another. So obviously it will scrape what is available, right? So biases may certainly come, right? Of course, this is very important. You risk violating academic integrity standards. And I think right now, it is in a kind of a state of flux. We are yet to grapple. We have softwares, we have very, firmed up policies in terms of plagiarism, similarity, percentages, etc. What about AI? We are yet to really grapple with what constitutes ethical use of AI in writing. But then you also have AI tools which humanize AI, which take away the AI from AI and make it seem like a human being has written. So, I think all of you may have seen the film Matrix. It does remind me a lot of that, Of course, when I was watching, just to share an anecdote, when I was watching Matrix, I didn't understand the half of it. And why is this happening? What happened? And the younger people who were watching it with me got very annoyed. Aapko kuch samajh mein hi nahi aata hai, because it's at so many levels, right? So it is a bit like that. So what is actually AI? What is something that is AI generated? Are there also tools which will humanize it? Are there ways in which you can transcribe or paraphrase things without really it looking like something that you have paraphrased, and so on and so forth. So these are various kinds of new things that these tools are actually doing, which you need to be aware of and also need to know how to negotiate, right? This is also another rather alarming thing. The tools consume personal or private information. So when you're giving prompts, right? So when you're giving a particular prompt, particularly it may be related with your research, you have then put your own data in the public domain, right? Which can then be, you don't know how it's going to be used or misused, right? Your ideas may be changed unacceptably. Like I said, once again, this is all about language, right? So if I'm trying to convey something, and I think that I'm not very good at writing, I submit it to an AI tool to help me write it better. But in that writing better, it may actually transform even very, very minutely the gist, or not even the gist, what I'm trying to say. what I'm hinting at, what I'm suggesting, the nuance of what I'm saying may completely go if AI cleans it up, sanitizes it, and presents it as something which is not representative of what I'm actually trying to say. But because we think कि अरे हमें अंग्रेजी नहीं आती है, हम ठीक से लिख नहीं सकते, तो इसने लिखा है, इससे लिखवाया है, तो ये सही होगा. जरूरी नहीं. So think about all these things. So, can intelligence be artificial? And so let's problematize this whole issue. And I just a couple of days ago read this very good blog by Fröhlich, who has actually written a huge book which is open access on how to write a PhD thesis. So he's literally gone step by step, very technical, and he's written extensively about the use of AI and software also. So to quote him from this particular blog, we are facing a quiet but profound crisis. Students are increasingly equipped with powerful AI tools like ChatGPT, yet many are losing the crucial ability to think creatively, critically, and creatively. Let us pause and ask ourselves, have we fundamentally misunderstood what thesis writing should achieve? What if the core goal isn't ticking boxes or applying techniques, but nurturing deep, reflective thinking? Please do read that blog article. I've given it in the. So I just, will leave you with this slide for a minute to just read it and think about it. Is this, in fact, what is happening with so many of us? In the fact that we have these tools which are so readily there to think for us, in a sense. Are we going to be using them as means that will simplify routine, mundane, dreary tasks of thesis writing? Or are we going to give over to them the crucial, that which is you in your thesis? That is your criticality, your reflexivity, your judgment, your analytical capacity. Right? So this is, I think, a question that all of us need to reflect upon and ask ourselves. Another very good quotation from that same article is, and I quote, "The AI revolution in academic writing presents both opportunity and risk. By shifting our focus from procedural compliance to deep reasoning, we can ensure that these powerful tools enhance rather than replace critical thinking. The future of thesis writing lies not in choosing between human intellect and artificial intelligence." I think this is so important. But in using AI to free students to engage more deeply with the fundamental questions that drive meaningful research. End quotes. And I'll end here. So, and open the floor for questions from your side. No, don't do that.
Who will begin the question?
I'm going to just have a question about something of interesting. The first one is that I think one of the important things that we forget is thesis is just an examination document.
It's not just.
Okay.
Is an examination. Please, there's no just over there. Yeah, right.
It's an examination document.
Yeah.
And sometimes we have that in like 5 years. But in terms of it being an examination document, now that newer forms of academic writing are coming up, should the thesis document, just for the sake of time and so that my PhD doesn't go through more than 5 years, should it focus only on traditional forms of writing and presenting? Because it's an examination document, like you said. And I want to know if with a thesis, one should take the risk of experimenting with newer forms of writing. Like I'm talking in context of, let's say, resistance poetry or methods that explore the visual aspects, not just written word aspects. And second would be that when you do an internet search on universities that have an AI use policy, there are a couple of institutions that do come up, and they have a policy as to how you can cite generative AI in your work. And have you come across any such things? Because I think with editing and referencing, that generative AI can help us with the M dash art discourse that has started about how plagiarism checkers now pick on M dash unbiasedly and say that it's AI written because the academic writing has used M dash. This way, our grammar and punctuation guidelines changing, but wouldn't it be like more inclusive to have an AI citation of reference policy where you can just sign the chat? I would just like your
Great
opinion.
questions, absolutely great questions. And to answer the first one, I think it's important for us to clarify that the word just was never used. The
Yes.
reason I clarified that, this is what an examination document looks like is because even if you experiment with new ways of writing, there are certain structural elements that are, as we stand, quite non-negotiable, right? So when you're writing, a piece of writing, which is 80 to 100,000 words, it needs to have, at least as far as academic conventions go, certain important elements in it. You spoke about visual methods. Now, in anthropology, for instance, visual anthropology has been something very much, a part of the discipline, right? Also, a lot of changes, I think those of you who are students of anthropology would have, you saw the way in which, Clifford, for instance, brought in this entire interpretative turn. So conventions in disciplines do change. The feminist intervention in social sciences made a huge shift in terms of the way in which academic writing was actually written. So, the academic arena is not what shall we say, a static and an unchanging one. There are many, new ways of writing, ways of engaging with the social world that come in as theory develops. So I think that is something we need to bear in mind. And one very important thing is also the institutional framework within which you're working. That is very crucial. So within, in the context of a large, government university, what are the kinds of conventions of writing? What are the kinds of conventions of thesis writing that exist? Because remember, your thesis is going to go out to somebody else who is also from that system. So any kind of radical changes are something that you need to think through very carefully. And of course, one very important thing that I've missed out in my entire presentation, the role of the supervisor. Okay, so I think a lot of the stuff that we are saying, needs, your active engagement and interaction with your supervisor to help you navigate many of these things. There may be a supervisor who will say that, no, I'm not interested in your writing in this way. Keep it for the papers that you're going to write after your thesis is awarded. Okay. There may be supervisors who may be much more, brave and willing to take the risk. So I think these are all, and I completely agree with you that, academic writing or research itself is an entirely hierarchical kind of a system, right? Which has its, upper crust, which has its underclass, and so on and so forth. We need not go there. But within the conventions of academic writing, I think this is a part that you and your supervisor need to tread. Also, certain disciplines are more responsive to these kinds of, for instance, in literature, in literary studies, for example, cultural studies. These are domains which have always, because their whole area of work is in the creative and in critique, right? So they would be more responsive to these kinds of changes rather than, say, a very, very kind of a bread and butter, sociology thesis or a thesis in history or any of the social sciences or the sciences, of course. The sciences, of course, have their own way of, going about academic writing. Okay, so it's a great question, but one that is, I mean, as times evolve, as times change, the times they are changing. So, I think, and what you said about generative AI actually becoming part of the referencing conventions and so on, I'm sure that is going to happen sooner rather than later. Because, I think all over the world, people are grappling. You may have heard about that case of a student in an American university who wanted her tuition fees back because her supervisor, because her class teacher, her teacher, used AI in the classes. And she said, look, if he's going to use AI, then I can jolly well sit at home and, educate myself. Why do I need to pay, fees and exorbitant fees and go to a university? So AI is at the moment, it's a very exciting area. And as sociologists, I mean, I do urge us as social scientists to engage with it. Don't just leave it to the data scientists and don't just leave it to the, big data people. We as social scientists need to engage and, theorize what is actually happening because of AI. Yeah.
My name is Ananya. I'm from Delhi University. I wanted to ask about the kind of language that we use and particularly the vocabulary and AI, in the sense that the context of my question is that nowadays a typical vocabulary flair is considered AI generated, but it's not. Like if it is something written by a very human person. However, the plagiarism software interprets it as AI generated, but it's not. Simply because AI also uses a certain structure in the wording, in the kind of in the representation of certain things in a sentence, etc. So if by any chance a human matches up to that level, then it is considered AI generated. So because language is such an important aspect in communicating our ideas to our audience through our theses, and in fact, as any academic paper, the idea is to communicate the ideas that we have through our findings and data to the reader, right? And since how navigate that outcome in. So that would be my.
Because mercifully, when I was doing my PhD, there was no such thing. So, but it's such an interesting question. I think you're going to have a session with Professor Someshwar Sati later in the afternoon, who I would urge you to, put this question to. Because, I mean, just look at the irony of it all. I mean, the sheer irony is that something which is generated from human input, now is coming to, in a sense, oppress you. So it's a classic sociological thing. The structures that we create then become oppressive structures that, that kind of constrain you. It's like your iron cage of, the bureaucracy that Weber spoke about. Yeah. So that's why I urge a sociological kind of engagement with these themes, which doesn't answer your question, of course, because this is actually quite alarming. It's actually so writing well now has become a problem. Yeah. Having literary flair has become a problem because it's इसने तो नहीं लिखा होगा.
So we will take one online question.
Sure.
I can read it.
Yeah.
Ma'am, please tell about the relationship between research path breaking, research gap, and theorizing of concept.
Research gap, research path breaking. Okay, so I'm trying. Would you like to explain, whoever's asked the question, if they are online, would they like to, tell me what they are trying to ask? Because कुछ समझ में नहीं आया.
Wait for Sao, you can ask your question directly.
Turn up the वो है क्या? No, perhaps, मतलब अब वो, since he is not there, I take this to mean as, the bit when I was speaking about literature review and research gap, and maybe path-breaking, meaning what is new or different about the research that we're trying to do. So I think, once again, to go back to what we are speaking about literature review, and there is going to be a whole section, by the way, on literature review, which will be, I think, tomorrow, and how to find questions through literature review. So I think the aim of, when we do research, why do we do research firstly? It is obviously, why do we select a particular topic for study? Obviously, because we find something in that topic that is of interest, of relevance, something which we feel has not been looked at in the way that we want to look at it, isn't it? So that itself, the reason for your topic selection, will then really shape the way in which you do your literature review on it, right? So I think, just to share a personal example, my work was an ethnographic study of families of children with autism, which I did 20 years ago. And the reason I did it was because I felt that the literature on disability, that sociology, sociological studies in India, were not engaging sufficiently with lived experiences of families of persons with different kinds of disabilities, right? So much of the literature on disability was in the realm of education, rehabilitation sciences, psychology, and so on. But in terms of sociology, or in terms of the kind of sociological work available, I did not find very much. So that, I thought, was definitely a research gap, right? And then one reads around it. What is it that sociologists have to say about family? What do sociologists have to say about care relations? What do they have to say about gender relations within the family, right? What do, so literature on aging, literature on illness, literature on cultural understandings of disability, all these then become important, things that feed into your literature review, right? And then you find the gap, and then you try to say that, look, I want to do this, which will perhaps bring a perspective into this area, which maybe a lot of work has not been done, right? So that is the way we actually try to identify the gaps that we want to try to fill with our research. So, Sauji, I don't know whether that answers your question, but I've tried.
Any other questions? I would just like to ask.
Sure.
When you were mentioning about the research questions and the findings should correlate with it or try to answer it, what if your findings are not necessarily answering your research questions and you realize it maybe in your fourth year or very later?
So that actually makes for a very interesting, twist that your research is bringing. So if you don't have, suppose you have a hypothesis being disproved is a very interesting thing, and then you try to find out why. So I think that itself, see, anything that you uncover in the field is knowledge, right? So you may go with a particular perception. The existing literature may tell you that these are the things that happen, or these are the things that are likely to happen. But in your own experience, something else happens, which I think is actually a very interesting and exciting thing. So what did you observe that that really, in a sense, upturned or appended your research question? I think it's an interesting thing to write about, and then you need to theorize it. Okay? Yeah.
Every research objective needs to be a particular one chapter.
No, not necessarily. It depends on the way in which you are actually, writing your thesis. So this, I will leave the decision. This is something you need to discuss with your supervisor. How you are going to look at the different research objectives and how you're going to club them together and so on. So like I said, I'm not talking about anyone's specific work. Okay, I'm giving you the general recipe, which you need, not the recipe. I'm giving you the ingredients. The recipe aap banao. So Kerala biryani is very different from a Bengal biryani, right? So, or a UP biryani. Is he done? Okay.
Yeah, we're done with the session. And we'll be having a group photo again, I think. And then break for lunch. Yeah. And then we'll break for lunch.
Yeah, lunch is ready. So
Oh, that's great. Good timing.
Yeah.
wind it up on time.
You were on time.
I just hope that it was a fruitful session for you all. That's my main thing.
I think the title of this talk is what's called narrative and writing.
Yeah.
And when Nilika recruited me for this conversation with you all, she said that I could speak on what are called illness narratives, because I work on the anthropology of medicine. And so I told Nilika, I said, Nilika, I mean, I'd like to, rather than illness narratives, I'd like to talk about what are called disease narratives. And then you all can Google it. You all can Google it right now. If you Google disease narratives, you won't get it. What you'll get is, I just Googled it 2 hours ago. And I said, disease narratives on Google. What I said, what I got, it said was, we can all try it as an exercise. We'll say disease narratives are illness narratives, which are the subjective experience of patients. Yeah. So that means, so I also told her that I'm interested in how, you're talking about narrative and writing, but I'm interested in how you frame your objects of inquiry. And how you frame the object of inquiry will have a bearing on the kind of questions you ask. And the kind of questions you ask will then have a bearing on how you translate that into a body of writing. So now, why is it that we have these two categories called illness narratives? And what is its history? Why is it we don't have something called disease narratives? And what is illness narratives got to do with you being a social anthropologist, or a sociologist, or an anthropologist? So, for example, where are you from? Say it again. And what is it you're working on?
I'm working on the body of masculinity in India.
You're looking
the
at
body and how that connects to the project of nationalism, national event.
So, which means, so what happens if you meet effete men? Have you met effete men? I mean, men who look like women?
So I've narrowed down the scope. I'm not considering that as the object. I'm considering young men, but also the disenfranchised youth, and how they work on their body in an economy which is focused on Atmanirbharta and does not provide security.
So, which means, and the operative term here is that you're working on what's called disenfranchised young men.
Yes.
Now, supposing you go and meet a doctor as a patient, are you an enfranchised subject or a disenfranchised subject? How is that? It means you're going to tell the doctor what to do, or he's going to tell you what to do?
I don't think it's more like he's going to tell you what to do. But based on what I tell him, he's going to proceed with what would be the diagnosis, or why am I visiting? Yeah.
So is that clear? I mean, she thinks she's an enfranchised subject vis-a-vis the doctor. I've never heard that before. And she says that the doctor is going to proceed on the basis of what she tells the doctor, right? So supposing you... Yeah, that's right. At least you hope so. So let's say you go to the doctor and with lower back pain, pretty severe lower back pain. And then you tell him you have lower back pain, and then the doctor puts you on the table, and he moves your arm, he moves your leg, he makes you. He'll do all kinds of what's called a physical examination. Presumably, you've been to an orthopedic, right? And then at the end of it, he might send you to do an X-ray because you have lower back pain. Does it make sense? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You have lower back pain, and he sends you to do an X-ray because he wants to know if there's something wrong with your spine. And then the X-ray is clean. There's nothing on the X-ray. Then the doctor says, "Aapko to kuch problem nahi hai. X-ray is fine." So, which means He's done an anamnesis, which means he's listened to you. It's called history taking. And you told him what you have, whatever, all kinds of pain that you have in the lower back. He's examined you, then he sent you for the X-ray, and then the X-ray comes back with, as they say in medical terminology, there is no lesion. There's nothing wrong with your spine. And then what do we do? Then how do we proceed? Then the doctor might give you painkillers for your pain. He might ask you to do some kind of exercise for your lower back pain. And let's assume you take the painkillers and then you do the exercise and nothing happens to you. Then what do we do? Say it again. You find another doctor and the same thing happens. Then you find a third doctor and the same thing happens. Then what do we do? And this is not just with lower back pain, it could happen with a whole host of things. Right? So, which means, am I making sense? I mean, which means you told him something, but it turns out that he's not acting upon what you told him alone. He's primarily going by what you've not told him. And what is that? The X-ray.
Yeah, right. The X-ray that you asked.
That's the proof, not what you've told him.
Right.
And if something shows up on the X-ray, then he's able to act. If something doesn't show up on the X-ray, he treats you symptomatically by giving you painkillers. And if that works, hunky-dory. We're all happy. You're happy, he's happy, the world is happy, God is happy, everybody's happy. Right? But if that doesn't work, then we are plunged into a quandary. There's a problem, and we don't know how to reconcile this problem. So then one way of reconciling this problem is, then they will say that there's actually nothing wrong with your back. You are malingering. You might just be lying. So malingering is a more polite way of putting it. You might be a hypochondriac. And you might be imagining that you have a disease, which of course is rather strong. So usually what they'll say is that you're not malingering, that the disease is psychosomatic. And then where will they send you? To a psychiatrist. Ideally to a psychiatrist. They'll send you to a shrink. Right? They'll kick you upstairs, so to speak, to your head. From here to here. And then you go to the psychiatrist, and then the psychiatrist, and I'm here now giving you a real case study. The case study, there's a young woman, a white woman, this is in the US or in Canada. She's evidently a WASP, or a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. And she doesn't have lower back pain, she has stomach pain. She goes to the GP, and then the GP sends her to the gastroenterologist. The gastroenterologist also sends her not for the X-ray, for an ultrasound, and then for an MRI, whatever it is, and they all come clean. Then he treats her symptomatically. And when he treats her symptomatically, nothing happens. And then they realize there's something wrong with the head. They send her to the psychiatrist or the psychotherapist. I mean, again, there's a distinction between the two. We'll come to that in a moment. And then they have a conversation. And then the psychiatrist or the psychoanalyst, has a conversation with her. And in the conversation, he discovers that this young lady had a Turkish boyfriend. And her mother didn't like the idea. So the mother frowned upon it and told the young lady, this is a bad idea. I don't think this boyfriend is good for you. And she didn't listen to the mom. When she's, after all, this is the US. She's a white woman. And she told the mom to take a walk. And but then the relationship bombed. It went south. And the boyfriend disappeared. And so the psychiatrist came to the conclusion, the psychoanalyst came to the conclusion that her stomach problem is just a somatization of her heartbreak. She's had a heartbreak. उनका दिल टूट गया. And because उनका दिल टूट गया, उनका पेट में दर्द हो रही है. Right? She's having stomach pain because of a heartbreak. Now this is where narrative becomes important. It becomes important because in a psychoanalytical situation, the therapy can proceed, unlike with a body doctor who doesn't have to listen to you, unlike what you think. He only has to listen to the X-ray, not to you. Right? Here, he has to listen to you. The therapy can only proceed if the patient buys into the narrative constructed by the psychoanalyst. I have to buy into that story. And only if I buy into that story and accede to it and volunteer to give my consent in some form, then the therapy can proceed further. So here the young lady gets very upset because if she agrees to what the psychoanalyst has told her, it means her mom was right all along. And for a young, white, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant, American woman to find out that the mom was right and she was wrong, it's pretty galling, to say the least. Right? I'm just reading between the lines. This may not be true. This might not be the only reason. Of course, she then walks out of the psychoanalyst chamber because she feels that she's being belittled. She's being belittled because nobody is taking her stomach pain seriously. She thinks she genuinely has a stomach problem. And all this story that's being constructed, this narrative that's being constructed by the psychoanalyst is not the real reason for stomach pain. That the stomach pain is a sui generis thing. It's a real entity. And it's just that these people are not able to diagnose it. So she walks out of the chamber and never returns. And then the question is, where does she go? What does she do? So in the American context, then she probably lands up with a chiropractor. For example, a chiropractor are people who work with soft tissue. Right? They will diagnose you differently. They might not diagnose you by asking you to do an X-ray because it's a different system of medicine. They work with soft tissue. They might work with, or they go, if it's the UK, they'll go to, the same thing is called osteopathy. Right? If it's in India, they might go to a Unani doctor or an Ayurvedic doctor. All these are different epistemes. They're different epistemologies. And they'll have different founding axioms. And given those founding axioms, they will then look at the patient very differently. And where your testimony might become cardinal, or again, it may not be cardinal. It depends. But the X-ray might not be the important thing. But they might, in all these systems, they might take your pain seriously. Your pain becomes a sui generis category to be addressed. And they're not going to belittle it. They might not say it's all in your head. Right? They won't accuse you of malingering, of lying. They won't say that you're a hypochondriac. And when they take that seriously, then they will begin to treat you differently. So which means it's very interesting that in what is called, in mainstream biomedicine as it's called, you have a peculiar disjuncture. And the disjuncture is that you can have patients with no disease. You are a patient with no disease, as far as the doctor is concerned. And at least no bodily disease. Because that bodily disease has to show up according to some biomarker, either through a blood test or something else, something tangible. And, or the only kind of disease you have is in your head. It's not and then you can have the opposite. You can have instances in biomedicine where you have disease with no patients. So you go for a routine test for something else and they discover that you have kidney stones. But you have no symptom of it. You're not suffering from any pain. You're right as rain. You're running the half marathon every other day. You stand upside down 3 times a day. You drink 6 liters of water. You do boxing and swimming morning and evening. You're perfectly as right as rain, but you have kidney stones. So supposing you're told you have kidney stones, what will you do? I'm asking you. Yeah, exactly. That's right. Yeah. What about you? You're also running the half marathon. You're super fit, but you have kidney stones. And what will you do? You already consulted. The doctor is telling you that. You do an operation, right? Am I making sense? I mean, which means, so is she then, are both of them now enfranchised subjects or disenfranchised subjects? No, this is very important. This is terribly important because our discipline is entirely and almost wholly predicated on studying disenfranchised subjects.
Right.
So there is some commonality between anthropology and doctors. Right? The relationship between the doctor and the patient is an asymmetrical relationship because patients are, by and large, disenfranchised vis-a-vis the doctor. And unlike what you said, that he has to act upon what you tell him, as I've just demonstrated to you, that he need not at all act upon what you tell him. In fact, at some point, he might tell you to shut up. He might say, please stop speaking. I don't need you to tell me anything at all. And what you say to me is of no use, is of no relevance, because ultimately the only relevant thing is I have to send your blood to the laboratory. I have to do a biopsy and they'll do a, whatever it is, they will examine your body and your body will speak the truth about you, not your verbal testimony, not your narrative about yourself. Right? Your narrative about yourself is of no consequence. Your narrative about yourself is of consequence only when you go to the shrink.
That's because it's
And then also the shrink will begin to construct a narrative which might not sit well with you. And he'll say your stomach problem is because you had a heartbreak. Or your stomach problem is because of something even more nefarious, which even I don't want to talk about at all. Right? And then you're in a real quandary. So which means we are saddled with a system of medicine where there's a disjuncture between disease and illness. And there's a further peculiar kind of a paradox. And the paradox is we are saddled with a system of medicine where you can have patients with no disease, and you can have disease with no patients. Half marathon, kidney stones. Right? Then there's you with lower back pain, but nothing shows up on your X-ray. And it is because of this disjuncture, somewhere in the late 1950s, I think, I forget his name, I think his name, Arthur Kleinman's supervisor, they came up with this idea of what are called illness narratives. So illness narratives are seen to be the subjective experience of patients, as opposed to disease, which is the provenance of the doctor. Disease belongs to the doctor, illness belongs to the patient. And anthropology has then traditionally occupied itself with what are called illness narratives, because they want to give, anthropology always wants to give disenfranchised subjects a voice, which is what all of you all in this room are trying to do, with some exceptions. We'll come to the exceptions in a moment. And since all of you all are trying to give disenfranchised people a voice, and you are in some senses like the doctor, and your subjects that you're trying to give voice through are exactly like the illness narratives which are being produced by medical anthropologists, who are also then, because patients don't have a voice. Am I making sense? So I was recruited. I mean, Nilika recruited me to talk about the illness narrative. So I told Nilika I won't do that. Because I'm sick and tired. And because that instead, I'd like to talk about what are called disease narratives. So disease narratives means, so I also make a distinction. I make for heuristic purposes. This is just for, that you can make a distinction between what's called medical anthropology and the anthropology of medicine. So then what happens is, so when patients have illnesses as opposed to diseases, and patients can also then become non-compliant. All of us are non-compliant. Very often we don't listen to what the doctors tell us. And this becomes particularly pronounced in what are called public health programs. So in public health programs, you have large populations that are suffering from, say, anemia. And anemia can lead to very bad pregnancy outcomes. It can lead to children born with congenital defects. It can deal with children born with stunting. And if the stunting happens, you'll have cognitive deficit. Right? And if you have cognitive deficit, your goose is cooked. Lifelong. So traditionally, in the last 50 years, 100 years, all, irrespective of political regime, it doesn't matter whether you're a democracy, whether you're an authoritarian regime, whether you're a communist regime, whether you're a colonial regime. In all regimes, they'll give you folic acid. It's the best part. So which means folic acid trumps all political regimes. And then they will, because they want the children to be born well. And when they give you folic acid or tablets for anemia, very many communities worldwide won't take them, because that tablet will be red in color. So if I give red tablets to people in South Canada, for example, here I'm giving you an actual published article, people won't take it because they associate the color red with heat, with pitta, and says, they won't take it. So then the public health department will recruit people like you and give you a job. They'll say, you kindly go, they are rolling out these iron tablets, whatever it is, and they're refusing to take it. Find out why is it they're not taking it. So then as an anthropologist, you'll go there and you will produce a narrative to find out why they're not taking it. And then you will come to the conclusion they're not taking it because, first of all, they want to have small babies. You think they should be having babies which are at least 2.5 kgs in size, because that's the global norm. And the global norm was cooked up some other country with large sized people. And you want people who are less than 5 feet tall to have the same size baby. And but people think they shouldn't be having babies with 2.5 kgs. If you do that, the baby won't come out. They're going to be in trouble. And they also think that large babies are useless. They're all puffed up and they are incapable of good day's work. And they think they're actually unhealthy. So the small babies are tough, wiry, completely healthy, and they are capable of hard work. And they don't take these iron tablets because they're red in color. They think that red is associated with heat. So the anthropologist goes and finds all this out. And then he tells the public health department that you should be sensitive. You should be sensitive to local cultures. And the reason, and then you will produce a narrative. And that narrative is to try and see how recalcitrance, patient non-compliance at the level of a community level or at the level of an individual can be surmounted by the public health department. Which means the anthropologists then become handmaidens for public health. Am I making sense? Because, you're not, and all well-intentioned. All well-intentioned. Nobody is doing anything wrong. But it's also possible that you might want to pause. And you might want to pause and you might then turn around, the anthropologist might turn around and say, instead of you telling these people that their recalcitrance and non-compliance comes from their cultural beliefs, it's also evidently possible that what you're advocating for them also comes from your cultural belief. Why don't you pause and find out whether you should actually be having babies which are 2.5 kgs big, for example. And so when you do that, you're reversing the lens. And when you reverse the lens, then you do, according to me, what I call the anthropology of medicine, where medicine then becomes the object of inquiry. And the doctor becomes the object of inquiry, not the patient. Am I making sense? It means then disease becomes the object of inquiry. You say that you have, if you don't have folic acid, you're going to suffer from spina bifida, for example, neural tube disorder. The child will be born without sensation in the lower limbs. So these are categories, and these, maybe you want to examine them. You turn things around. And when you turn things around, then you do something that anthropology traditionally does not do. or did not do at least about 2 or 3 decades ago. That means you begin to study up. It means you begin to study the truly enfranchised subject, namely the doctor, not you. Right? And then when you then study up and you study the doctor, then you do an anthropology of medicine rather than being a medical anthropologist. I mean, I'm just using, people might argue there's no distinction. Sure, depending, there could be no distinction depending on how you frame your inquiry. I'm just using this for the reasons of pedagogy. So this is it. So that means you are then also then you want to produce what are called disease narratives, but there are no disease narratives. You can Google it. You won't. I Googled it. Disease narratives takes me back to illness narratives, because patients are seen to be disenfranchised. They are not listened to, especially in many chronic conditions where there is no diagnosis, like lower back pain. Lower back pain is a simple example. There will be more difficult examples. And the idea is to sensitize physicians to the subjective experience of patients, get them to listen, and get them to understand the cultural context in which they are coming. And then the next thing is, so patient agency is being affirmed, their existence is being affirmed, and their meaning making. People have to make meaning out of their disease and their long journey. And that is being affirmed, and this is what is called illness narrative. There are a whole host of examples. The examples you'll get on Google will be by Oliver Sacks. I think the man or the woman who mistake his hat for a woman. And some of them have been made into Hollywood movies. And one of them that's been made into a Hollywood movie is called Girl Interrupted. So you can go and watch it. Girl Interrupted is a classic example of an illness narrative. And that illness narrative is then made into a movie. But the other equally good example, which is what I am concerned with, is a book called When the Spirit Catches You and You Fall Down. But we'll come to the book in a moment. So which means this idea of the illness narrative is encapsulated for you in an American journal. It's a very famous journal. It's called Culture, Medicine, and Psychiatry. Medicine deals with the body, psychiatry deals with the mind, and culture deals with the culture of the patient. And often culture is a euphemism. It turns out that the culture of the patient is usually predicated on their religious beliefs. And that's what you mean by culture. Culture is simply a euphemism for religion, superstition, magic, a whole host of things. And a very good example of this is this book called When the Spirit Catches You and You Fall Down. It's a book set in California of, I think, Vietnamese migrants. Please don't hold me to ransom on this. Okay, and but I mean, what in American parlance would be called an East Asian community, and there's a child that suffers from epilepsy, and the child is being treated, but evidently the family thinks completely differently of this phenomenon. They don't think the child has epilepsy. They think the child has something else. The child has been afflicted by a spirit. So then so now we are in business, which means there are two different diagnoses. So she had no contested diagnosis. When I told her that the X-ray came clean, she didn't contest it. She said, no, I don't care a fig about X-rays. She could have said the reason why I have lower back pain is because it's being caused by my dead grandmom. But a dead grandmom can be giving her low back pain. It's possible, isn't it? She never said that. While it's exactly what's happening in this book. It's a prize-winning book, right? And it's sold, I think, thousands of copies. You all can read it. So the epilepsy, what is seen to be epilepsy in one system of medicine, is seen by the culture of these particular family who are migrants, who don't speak English well. They see it very differently, and when they see it very differently, they are recalcitrant, they are non-compliant. And when they are non-compliant, means they don't listen to what the doctors are saying. But the doctors actually are trying to offer the best possible care. And to offer this best possible care, they ultimately have to take the child out of this family and put it in foster care. Because they think that unless they do this, they will not be able to treat the child according to the protocols that they have in mind. And the family is not listening to them. The family doesn't understand the gravity of the situation. Blah, blah, blah. And this sending you off to foster care is a recurring trope in American television, which you all must watch. Especially in, especially with poor families. Poor families have to bring up children in a particular kind of way. They should have the right kind of nutrition. They should do the right kind of schoolwork. Then they'll come on an inspection to your house. And in your house, if they inspect you and you're not doing the right kind of thing, they'll take the child away from you and put it in foster care. We don't have any such thing in this country, do we? I think you try doing that in the country, you'll probably get killed. So, but between what is called, and then there is psychiatry, and psychiatry also is internally divided into the brain and the mind, and into what's called talking cures and psychotropic drugs. That's a further division, which is based on the same kind of division. And this tripartite division between culture, medicine, and psychiatry is a very good example where you can have a conflict between culture and medicine, or what is called disease and illness. Then we can go one step further, and one step further is eminently possible that, and I've done my own work. So my own work, there's a young lady who is seeing an Ayurvedic doctor, and she wants to, the Ayurvedic doctor has treated her successfully for all her ailments. And then she gets pregnant, and she tells my Ayurvedic doctor that you have to deliver my child. So the Ayurvedic doctor says, I'm sorry, I can't do that. I've not been properly trained. So you kindly see a obstetrician, gynecologist, OB/GY, and you will get her to deliver the child. But I'll look after you for the entire course of the pregnancy. You find that strange? And so this young lady runs a dual course. She sees the Ayurvedic doctor and she also sees the gynecologist. But she does not tell the gynecologist that I'm seeing an Ayurvedic doctor. Right? And you know why. Why? They don't trust the Ayurvedic medicine. So if you tell the gynecologist you're seeing an Ayurvedic doctor, what will the gynecologist do? She throw a fit. Right? She throw a right royal fit by saying you can't do this. Right? And so patients lie. So this young lady lies throughout the pregnancy. When she goes to see the gynecologist will tell her, do this. She'll come and see the Ayurvedic doctor. The Ayurvedic doctor will say, don't do that. What? So there is contestation, exactly like the hammer. And that when the spirit catches you and you fall down. You have epilepsy, but they think you're caught by a spirit. No spirits are involved. Both the gynecologist and the Ayurvedic doctor might agree that drinking milk during pregnancy is very good, but that might disagree on the amount of milk you should drink. Then during the course of the pregnancy, the young lady develops what's called gestational diabetes, which is quite common. So then she goes to the gynecologist sends her to a diabetologist, the diabetologist sends her to a dietitian, and the dietitian sits with a diet chart and tells her what all you eat. And she says blah, blah, blah. And then she says, you should start your every morning with black tea. And then she comes to the Ayurvedic doctor, and the Ayurvedic doctor says that's the last thing you should do. Instead, you should have cumin water, zira kashaya. Means, you know what zira is, cumin. Just take some cumin in a cup, pour hot water, make a Fanta, and then you drink that. So she tells the dietitian, this is what I'm being told. The dietitian says all this is nonsense. So there's a contestation and conflict. Now, which means you have, but this is not the way, which means you have two different systems of expertise. So what appears to be illness, or what appears to be the subjective experience of the patient, turns out in this particular instance, actually the objective epistemic advice being given by another system of medicine, which is in contestation and conflict with what is being told by the gynecologist. And this might well be the case, including with the Hamong. So what is called the Hamong belief, the spirit catches you. That spirit might well have been part of a medical system from where they come. But what the anthropologist has evidently done, that some other medical system has been reduced to culture, to a system of beliefs, and which is a euphemism often for religion and superstition. They are respectful towards it, but it is not given an epistemic status. Am I making sense? So I deliberately chose to, I deliberately worked on this particular issue. I framed my inquiry in such a way, I constituted my object of inquiry, where I found a patient who was running between two systems of medicine, which means she's straddling two domains of expertise. Because I wanted to demonstrate that this distinction between disease and illness that our discipline has been saddled with is a highly problematic. So what we are having are two disease narratives. So what happens to be the subjective? So what happens to be the subjective experience of the patient is actually coming from what some other doctor is telling. Does it make sense? And actually what the other doctor is telling her might be also at variance between what her parents are telling her, which is usually what is seen as culture. In fact, her parents told her not to go see the Ayurvedic doctor. They said, this is quackery. You shouldn't, please don't do this. But she didn't listen to her dad's advice. Though the dad himself was seeing one for his diabetes. That's a different story. But this is, he says, my grandchild is going to be born. The child might be born with congenital defects. Please don't take any chances. Kindly only stay with the gynecologist. But the young lady here, she's also like that young American lady. She was the Indian version of the American lady. So she also told the doctor to take a walk. Not the doctor, sorry, the father to take a walk, and did what she wanted. And in the bargain, she had gestational diabetes. And then when she had gestational diabetes, she got conflicting advice. And even before that, right in the first trimester, she was given folic acid. And she was told that if you don't have folic acid, your baby will be born without a spine. So she was petrified. So she didn't know whether she should take the folic acid. And then her Ayurvedic doctor told her there's no need. But even before she spoke to the Ayurvedic doctor, she spoke to friends of hers. And those friends told her, don't bother. These are all ridiculous norms laid down by the WHO. They think that all third world subjects are malnourished, undernourished, and all well-intentioned. But just don't pay any attention. Don't bother taking it. So she said, I took it for 1 or 2 days and then I stopped. These are highly fraught moments. And these fraught, the reason why I'm saying this is there is something, so there is some commonality between you being an anthropologist and you being a doctor, a modern doctor, a modern medicine, because both you and he or she usually confront subjects who are disenfranchised. And you want to give these disenfranchised people a voice. And you want to give them a voice. You want to affirm their existence. And giving them voice is also a way of the way they make meaning of their world. And you produce a narrative. And this narrative is what is the bread and butter of our discipline. But what doesn't happen in the Bage, especially, is that we don't study up. And we don't study, we don't pause. We don't pause and I find out whether what the doctors are saying, say if the doctor is saying that you should have a baby of 2.5 kgs, I mean, why should you have a 2.5 kg baby? Supposing people on the ground tell you that I don't want to have a 2.5 kg baby because the local context, given their body size, given their dietary patterns, given their class position, and if they're telling you that it's actually unhealthy, are you willing to listen to them? Am I making sense? And this might happen to you all too. I mean, I think, can I talk about you? So Soumya is studying some sectarian group, religious sectarian group, and she's, every time she speaks to them, at the end of it, they ask her, when are you going to join us? So, and she might decide to study her lower back pain tomorrow. Then it's possible she might soon discover, her parents might tell her the real reason for her lower back pain is because of her grandma. Now, is she going to buy into this? Is she going to take it seriously? Am I making sense? And, so they might tell her that the only way to get rid of the lower back pain is, in fact, I think, when did it start? I think it started, oh, today is the 8th. It started yesterday, isn't it? Next 2 weeks is Shad. That she should do, to worship her ancestors, get rid of all her karmic whatever, and then her lower back pain will go away. Now, this is what you mean by culture. This is what you mean by belief. But supposing I were to show you that this thing exists in a medical text, then what will you do? That medical texts, in terms of both the etiology and the therapeutics, might encode what you call religious beliefs, might be part of a medical canon. So these are all examples. I'm just deliberately giving you these examples because we've bifurcated this world. And I was recruited to come and speak to you about illness narratives. And if I had done that, I would have simply reaffirmed this division. The division is that the illness narratives are about the self-affirmation of patients who are disenfranchised. It's a way of affirming their existence. It's a way of giving them voice. It's a way of how they make meaning of their long suffering. And then the next step is, I should then teach doctors how to listen to patients. So now in medical schools, they have a whole branch. They have to do a paper called a narrative medicine. And it's called cultural sensitivity. It's called cultural competence. So doctors have to learn how to be culturally competent. Right? And I'm sure doctors don't take it seriously at all. So they'll have a long list and they'll have to pass an exam on cultural competence. But whether that cultural competence, and then this will lead to stereotyping. And stereotyping means if I meet a beaner, namely, it's a pejorative term for Mexicans in the US. So if I meet a beaner, then my cultural competence, which the moment I meet a beaner will say, how many tortillas did you have for breakfast? But it's possible that the Mexican doesn't eat any tortillas at all. They might hate it. They might be eating Quaker oats. I have no idea. Right? So it can lead to these kind of absurdities. But all well-intentioned again. But the fact remains that this is the history of it. Now, when you all go about writing something, before you even get to the business of writing, You will write only what you write depending on how you framed your objective inquiry. And the way you framed your objective inquiry will lead to the particular kind of questions you ask, which will then translate into a body of writing. So my job here, I'm using my discipline as an example, that you all have to see, each of you all are doing something, you're not working on medicine like me, but you'll be working on whatever you're working on. You should be aware of the history of the subspecialty of what you're working on, and find out historically how objects of inquiry have been framed in your subspecialty. Be wary of it and ask yourself whether you're doing the same thing. What are its consequences? And whether you could be doing something different. Does that make sense? I've told you what happens in my discipline. So, for example, Shreyasi, can I talk about you? So, I mean, these are both, I taught here for 2 decades, and I've taught both of them. And Shreyasi, in fact, I think, if I'm not mistaken, began life as my doctoral student. Am I right? Yeah. I mean, no, not really. You were Sujata to begin with. But anyway, she's done courses with me. And she's working, so she's doing the opposite. She's studying, she's doing field work in NIMHANS. And she's studying head injuries. And she's studying doctors, namely, especially what are called neurosurgeons. Am I right? And she's sitting with them to find out how doctors go about diagnosing head injuries and doing various kinds of differential diagnosis, and which is very important, especially in emergency situations when they have to do operations and operate on them, among other things. Am I right? So, and then she's also, but these neurosurgeons then also work with psychiatrists, because NIMHANS is on mental health. And then she's also working with a whole host of other disciplines, which means her primary objective of inquiry are not patients. She will subsequently deal with patients, but the primary objective of inquiry is with disease. So the idea is to get Shreyasi to produce disease narratives and not illness narratives. Who's the doctor? And he is going to do a diagnosis. How does he arrive at the diagnosis? Which means he has then he's going to do surgery, so on and so on. And this is not easy. This is not easy at all, because getting permission to do field work on doctors is very, very, they're not used to it. Because unlike what she thinks, they are distinctly superior human beings. And we know that they're superior human beings and we are inferior human beings because all of you all, or most of you all, got bad marks in your class 10. Then you didn't make the cut. Because if you had made the cut, you wouldn't be here at all. Be IIT or in a medical school. This is what most of your parents want you to be, right? Exactly. And that's where you get sorted out, the sorting mechanism. The sorting mechanism is in class 10 and class 12. And there's a clear hierarchy between the sciences and the social sciences. And with some exceptions here and there, where some of you all have volunteered to come here. Most of you all have not volunteered to come here. He agrees with me. He's smiling from here to there. Where did you want? You wanted to become an engineer. You wanted to be an engineer. Not really. Okay. Your parents wanted you to become.
Yeah. My parents wanted me to be an IAS.
What?
A UPSC officer.
A UPSC officer. That's the other thing. Either doctor, engineer, or Lal Batti.
Yeah.
That's how the world is structured. And it all depends on your class 10 and class 12 marks. But she thinks that she's enfranchised vis-a-vis doctors. How she came to this conclusion, I have no idea.
I was saying that compared to the.
Oh, compared to your so-called working class subjects.
Yes.
Very true. And But yeah, but it only goes that far. Compared to them, you're enfranchised, but you're not enfranchised compared to the doctor.
Yeah, not compared to them.
Yeah, it's not because the doctor is episteme. It's not that he's a bad guy.
Right.
He's not because he wants to lord it over you. His episteme does not allow him to listen to you. It's very important that you understand that. It's an epistemic division between him and you. And then in that epistemic division, your body will tell the truth about your disease, not you. When all is said and done, the voice of the patient needs to be annulled. You have to become speechless. And in fact, very often your speech can be an interference in his diagnostic act. I'm giving you an extreme version. Right? But this has been historically, in my discipline, this has been historically worked out. And it is because your voice is annulled, because of this epistemic necessity, that sometime in the late 1950s and early 60s, the very idea of the illness narrative gets invented. It gives invented to give voice to the annulled patient. Exactly the way anthropology gives voice to all disenfranchised subjects worldwide. So there, instead of the doctor, it is being done by an artifact called colonialism, or a regime. You don't want to call it an artifact, whatever it is. A regime, a particular kind of regime produces disenfranchised subjects, and anthropologists want to come along and they want to give them voice. So in the history of medicine, they are homologous. So the relationship between the doctor and the patient is homologous to the relationship between the anthropologist and the erstwhile colonial subject. It's a homology. A is to B as C is to D. And so it is not surprising that at some point this illness narrative is invented. Because evidently, and it can be, and this can not, while in the case of medicine, it can be your own fellow ethnic subject, it can be a fellow WASP, need not be a colonial subject, but they are disenfranchised. And they are disenfranchised because the episteme does not allow it. It's not because the doctor wants to lord over. He might actually be a very nice man, far better human being than you and me. But beyond the point, he can't listen to you. Or even if he listens to you, it's no use. He will not be able to treat you. Supposing you go on saying, I have lower back pain, and he is not able to see anything in the X-ray. He doesn't know what to do. His hands are tied. Because he has to go by the evidence that he has. This is what is called evidence. And his evidence does not allow him to do anything other than, so then he will treat you symptomatically. Then he will listen to you. He might listen to you at great length. But listening to you, and then he might do other things. I mean, these days doctors might do other things also. He'll ask you to exercise, do this, do that. He might even ask you to go and pray if you're a believing person, and blah, blah, blah. It all depends. But that might vary between doctors. But beyond the point, he'll be in trouble. Supposing he tries to give you a treatment which does not square with the protocol as laid down by his discipline, with the evidentiary protocol as laid down by his discipline, if something goes wrong and then you sue him, he'll get into trouble. So he has to act according to what he is being taught. Which means his curriculum becomes very important. And the history of his curriculum becomes very important. So then we can reverse it. We can reverse it and we can make him and his curriculum the object of inquiry. Which is a which is what called the anthropology of medicine or the anthropology of science studies, which most people don't do. And because most of us are engaged in producing what are called narratives of disenfranchisement. Because we want to affirm it, we want to give them agency, and we want to know how they make meaning of the world through their social suffering. And we are all largely, as a discipline, wholly preoccupied with giving people suffering a voice. and giving their point of view a place in the world. Am I making sense? Should I stop there? So that we can have a discussion. I think I've spoken long enough. Please, yeah. I think I've spoken for 55 minutes. I think that's long enough, right? Yeah. Please, yes. Say it again.
Abhishek from SIS.
It's a School of International Studies.
My question is very basic. Since we were talking about narratives, how do we differentiate between narrative and fact?
Narrative and?
Narrative and fact.
And fact.
And, for example, sir, you were talking about Ayurveda versus Naive. So, how will we decide who has the right facts and who is just a narrative? Whom to follow?
$1 million question. Don't have any answer. So, supposing instead of Ayurveda, we take Ayurveda out and we substitute that with your grandmother and the doctor, then who will you follow?
Sir, I will follow that.
Why is that?
Because, sir, I have believed, probably because of the narrative around me, because the text read that comparatively doctor is right. I compare it with my grandmother, how it see her, what the doctor says.
And this is the case with most of us. You're not alone. The presumption is because the doctor occupies a field of expertise, licensed expertise, sanctioned expertise. And this is what is called, he's the embodiment of authoritative knowledge. While your grandmother is merely the repository of what is called tradition, and, or beliefs, or culture, or superstition. All these are proxies of each other. And now the quandary arises, instead of the grandmother, if you put an Ayurvedic doctor, then you are in a bit of a quandary because they're both called doctors. Right? So if I take away the doctor and put grandmother, then there's no, you immediately get the right answer. And the moment I put doctor versus doctor, then you are in trouble. So, but it's eminently possible that your grandmother might be saying the same things as the doctor. Supposing your grandmother says something, then you go to an Ayurvedic doctor, and she also says the same thing your grandmother is saying, then what will you do? The answer is there. It means the Ayurvedic doctor is like your grandmother. You listen to neither.
Probably because of that.
Yeah, so you post the question and you've given the answer yourself.
Analysis of narratives. Like if we are doing illness narratives and we are giving voice to the voiceless, the idea is generally to present the voice and its most authentic form. How we are saying that's how we do it. And how will it be in terms of disease narratives? So do we present the voice exactly as the way they are saying? How do we exercise criticality? How does the analysis process come? Like in her example, like if she's studying the doctors, I'm sure there will be things that will come up which reflect their position of power, the arrogance that we talk about. And so how do we look there? How do we analyze that? And how do we say that we don't judge, but of course we will judge people who are in positions of power. So do we keep our judgment at minimum when we judge?
Shiasi is going to answer all these questions.
So I would also like to hear what you would think. When we study up,
And when we have those narratives, how are we going to present our respondents so that we are also ethically right, and we also do not harm them in any again as they are in a reputed position.
I feel like my work is also like studying up, and a lot of time the people that I've interviewed have said they would like to read what you write, and I don't want to show them what I write because I don't think I will have like I might have one or two good things to say, but mostly it's going to be critical. So I don't want to show them the work. So how do we?
Yeah, so what is it you're studying, by the way?
So I'm studying in the various ways in which education factors in marriages. So I'm also looking into matrimony websites and all, and like places like IIT and Channel also.
Places like what?
There's a place called IIT, IIM Channel.
IIT, IIMshadi.com. Okay.
And then there are marriage bureaus which are exclusively for corporate, like IB alumni and top business. So I'm looking into them and talking with people who are in the business. So they feel like they are doing something like that, caste ka zamana gaya, ab education pe baat kare. It's matching on education and matching on lifestyle and all of that. So they have big ideas, but obviously the way they say it, the negatives are bringing up the underlying assumptions of caste matchmaking. So I don't have anything nice to show them later. Like even if you talk about collaborative knowledge production, which is very common now. But I think that works well when we are talking about like illness narratives where we are where the power structure is when we are studying the power structure, the people in power, then that becomes
Yeah, these are all important questions. First of all, first thing is you're being told by your so-called respondents / informants they'd like to read what you write. That's the hallmark that you're studying up, or you're studying your peers. While if you study disenfranchised subjects, they never tell you that, because they can't. It's historically been the case where you can happily give them your book, knowing fully well they won't be able to understand a word of what you write. And my colleagues do that. They take their books, they'll go to the Himalayas, they'll have a puja, and they'll give that wonderfully published book from New York to their disenfranchised subject. They'll do a puja, and then you give them many copies, and they haven't understood anything at all. Or even if they have, and even if we said something not very charitable, they'll still be very. They'll say, "Aapka hamari upar kitab likh diya, bahut badhiya kiya." Right. So this is and the extreme version of this is somebody I know from the Department of English. She started to come to a forum, the anthropology forum, when I used to teach in Heidelberg. This is in Germany, where she suddenly found that we are a kindred spirit. She had got funding, and she began to do field work in a cancer lab, in an oncology department in the University of Heidelberg. And it was co-funded, and including I think the funding partly came from the oncology lab itself. If my memory serves me right. She began to study oncologists, spending time. And then eventually, I think it got on their nerves. And the professor one day told her, "Please kindly give me all your diaries, your ethnographic diaries." So he took them, he read them, and he locked them up. And he said, "I'm sorry, you can't use any of this." Making sense? And this is a real life story. She began to cry. I mean, she said, "My 2 years of work have disappeared." And even if he didn't lock them up, and even if he gave it to her, he said, "You can't use any of this because you need my consent." What's called informed consent, right? Which is a sham when we study disenfranchised subjects. But when you study your social superiors, especially their oncologists, unlike what she thinks, right? And they can tell you to take a walk. In this case, they can say, "I'm sorry, you can't use any of case. And in any case, they abruptly stopped her funding. And they told her, they took her office away from her. So she was literally out on the street. And all her notes were taken away from her. How do we, I don't have any ready answers for this. But these are the challenges we have to face. Which means we as an academic community then have to, and this happens here. I mean, you can ask, I don't know if it's happened with Shreyasi, it's happened with many of my other students. You have an institutional review board. When you study what are called human subjects research, now I think all of you all have to go through an institutional review board. But this becomes particularly pronounced when you study what are called human subjects, and especially when you work on the anthropology of medicine. The institutional review board here, if I'm not mistaken, in JNU is primarily, the chairman is usually a doctor. And at least it used to be somebody from the Institute of Liver and Biliary Sciences. And when you, in the institutional review board, when you tell these people sitting around the table that the doctors are the objects of inquiry, they are appalled. They are horrified. And they say, how the hell can you do that? Who the hell are you? Right? And this has actually happened. And then, but fortunately, we have a Center for Social Medicine and Community Health where half the faculty are themselves doctors. So those doctors then speak to these other doctors and defend their students. Or my colleagues have to go and have to defend their students by saying, well, get used to it. I mean, if you are doing humans, if you are studying patients, why can't I study you? If research is the name of the game, why can't you be the object of inquiry? Am I making sense? But that requires doing. It requires doing, and it will happen. And it's also the case that very often we might not say very nice things about even our disenfranchised subjects. It's not that we say always nice things about them. In fact, most of the things which we write about disenfranchised subjects are not nice at all. Especially when we study their religion. We will, in fact, we have epithets. Their religion is often portrayed as being superstitious. Like a grandmother giving her a backing. This is considered to be ridiculous. Right? And so, believe me, our objects of inquiry are framed in such a way where our disenfranchised subjects appear doubly disenfranchised because the very act of framing them is stigmatizing them. Now, if you can willy-nilly stigmatize your disenfranchised subjects, you're supposedly giving them voice. And this is an act of affirmation. But that's the last thing you might be doing in reality. Then why shouldn't you do this also to Shadi.com? And how you will handle this? I mean, these are all challenges. And you have to, and then and then why do you believe that this is not new? I mean, this is how Shadis have always been done. Nothing new at all. You all should read a book. It's called Invitation to Sociology. Have any of you all heard of this book? You have? You read it? You only heard of it, not read it. You read it? Yeah. Who is it written by? What's he saying? Peter Berger, correct. Peter L. Berger, right? And it's there. He will. I don't think there were anything called love marriages to the Second World War. I think this is a post-war image. All marriages are arranged. There he is talking about the Boston Brahmins. Boston Brahmins, their marriages are, if you want to go on a courtship, you'll be chaperoned. So there'll be two persons, one from the girl's side, one from the boy's side, will accompany you at a 100-meter distance so that you don't do anything nefarious. And he's talking about early 20th century America. And you'll be chaperoned. And all marriages only happen within your social class. And I've repeatedly, as South Asians, when you go to the US, they'll ask you, oh, you have arranged marriages. And my response to them was, so do you? It's a fiction if you think that you don't have arranged marriages. People usually marry within their own social class. So I would ask my American colleagues, how many of you all have married your janitor? Like the guy or the lady who cleans the toilet. Then I'll ask them, do you even know what they look like? Have you seen them? In the US, you might not even seen them because they only come in the night to clean the toilets. And I asked the same question. I've asked the same question here to my students in 20 years. I said, do you know who cleans the toilet? Have you broken bread with them? Have you had a cup of chai with them? No. Have you had a cup of chai with the janitor? Why? So how are you any different from your objects of inquiry? You're no different. So you just have to tell them, I do the same thing that you do. I'm no different from this. So you say, I'm just doing an autoethnography through you. Which means you will have to say mean things about yourself. Then you say, I'm on the same page as you. Maybe aapke jaise. That's the only thing is you have IIT and Ivy League. I probably have JNU and Delhi University. Something like that. Different social class. And this used to be the case also when I was a student in the Delhi School of Economics. There's a clear, it's called hypergamy. Hypergamy unions are acceptable. Hypogamous unions are not acceptable. Upper class women can't marry lower class men. But lower class women can marry upper class men. Women move, A.M. Shah's work, from the Patidar. Women move from the peripheral villages to the central. Women can't move out. They move inside and they move out. And this is true universally. White women can't marry black men. The other way it works. So it's and this is the way marriages are done throughout the world. The only thing is in here, in our Shastras, it has been codified. But this codification is present throughout the world. There'll be religious hierarchies. There'll be class hierarchies, there'll be caste hierarchies, there'll be racial hierarchies. And your work is merely one instance of this particular hierarchy. It's a sub-field. IIT and IIM and Ivy. But this is how marriages are always contracted.
Like that was the argument that I was making, that it is always been.
Yeah, you're doing nothing new. There's nothing remotely revolutionary about what you're doing.
Yeah, but then
it's humdrum.
Exactly. But these institutions, these websites, they think that they are doing something.
Yes,
So
yeah. Because they have to sell it.
They sell it, their advertisement, so like their marketing, their advertisement, they make it a huge deal that people marry according to educational qualifications nowadays. But then their registration, once you go on their registration, the first thing they ask is about religion and caste, and education comes later. So
there you go.
Exactly. So I know these things, so that is why, but I don't know.
So why don't you ask them to give a free ticket into the website? And become complicit and become participant.
I asked them a lot of questions and they gave
Not
me
just questions, put your profile there and see what kind of matches you get. Yeah, exactly. Then you can do a bit of auto-ethnography.
And after all of that, they still think that they are still doing great things. And I know that nothing great is happening here. It's still, marriages are still being done in the same way that they have always been done. Except that now it has become even more codified. Like earlier, if they have to marry within the caste, now they have to marry within the caste with educational qualifications also matching, which means their class and lifestyle are also matching. So it has become more rigid.
More arranged.
Yeah, more arranged. Yeah. But I just can't show them what I write because
so this should be the title of your book: Hyper Arranged Marriages. Don't forget to thank me. Okay. And anyway, but I'm sure you'll find a way. You just have to do it with a sense of humor. And you just don't get very fussed about it. And these are all, and I'm sure these guys see themselves as being cool. So you just have to play the cool card with them.
I was awarded in British Parliament for bringing social change.
Yeah, very good. And I don't know, Shreya, whether this answers any of your questions, but yours, you're working with neurosurgeons, and but I'm sure you'll find a way too. I mean, you'll have to, and I don't think, you see, I don't think you're going to be saying anything mean about it. Because you're looking at what's called the field of technical expertise. Technical expertise are how do they arrive at a particular kind of diagnosis. And they are making, and I'm sure you'll find a way, and if you do it well enough, you're not there to mock them, which is why I keep saying the doctor is disenfranchised vis-a-vis you, not because of the fact that he earns more money. It's an epistemic divide. The epistemic divide is that he works with an evidentiary protocol. And those evidentiary protocols are based on certain metaphysical premises, on certain axioms. And those axioms are that I need material evidence for me to make a diagnosis. And only science gives me material evidence the way social sciences don't. You produce narratives, stories. Narratives and stories are not exactly the same. You're going to do something else tomorrow on the biographical method. You can ask these questions there too. But your evidence is anecdotal. While the doctor will say that my evidence is not anecdotal. It's based on a particular kind of evidence which is material in nature. And philosophically, this is what is called materialistic monism. Right? And because of that, my protocols are better than your protocols. And because my protocols are better than yours, my education is also difficult to come by. And because my education is difficult to come by, and I become a superior person in terms of social status. But that superior social status primarily comes from an educational qualification. But that educational qualification is then premised on a particular kind of epistemic premise. And the next, now we didn't have earlier, the next is of course our business schools, where you make money. And of course you also make those business schools. And what is the name of the game? The name of the game is that I need evidence. For me to have evidence, I need to be able to measure things. Only if I'm able to measure something, I can mathematize it. If I can mathematize it, I can have universal laws. Or the next best thing is I can run models, whether they are COVID models or models to make profit on the stock exchange. Right? And this kind of modeling is possible only when I'm able to do what are called quantitative techniques, which is why tomorrow Divya is going to talk to you about quantitative techniques. Right? And why anything that smacks of qualitative techniques, which is what we're talking about today, is an inferior thing. While we have to make the case, but qualitative techniques are also important. And illness narrative is an example, because patients' voices get annulled, and you have to then listen to them, because unless you listen to them, we are in trouble, because you have to affirm their existence, affirm their suffering, and how they make meaning of it. And if possible, the doctors are to be educated on listening and taking on board what she wants to tell them. But the argument I'm making is that beyond the point, they can't take it on board. And which is why we don't have disease narratives. And which is my little kunda, what's called illness narratives. Which is why I told Dilika I won't speak about it. Which of course, I'll end up speaking about it by saying, what is its history? Am I making sense now? Yeah. Okay. Any other questions?
Yes. Sir, you discussed about the epistemic division.
I'm a bit hard of hearing. You speak a bit louder.
So you said that the epistemic foundation and training of the doctor doesn't allow them to actually understand the narratives of the patient. So, as an anthropologist, as an ethnographer, who has a kind of epistemic training, who has a perspective to see things. So, also there exists a division among epistemic division among the disenfranchised respondents and also the ethnographers. So, how
can really the anthropologists who have been trained in certain kind of epistemic training can actually understand the narratives of the disenfranchised.
Sorry, will you please come here? You don't mind? It was a very long question. And, I got lost.
So you said
You
that.
just sit down here. Sit here. Take it easy and yeah, please tell me.
Yeah, so he said that there is a epistemic division among the patients and doctors.
And doctors, yeah. You understood what the division is?
Yeah.
The division is that if you have lower back pain, it should show up in my X-ray.
Yeah.
If it doesn't show up in the X-ray, what you tell me doesn't matter.
Yes, yes.
I mean, it matters to a certain extent. I can try and help you, but beyond the point, my hands are tied.
Yes.
No, it's not because I'm a bad person, because I think I'm God, nothing of the sort. Because that's the way I'm trained. That's how the curriculum is trained. Those are the evidentiary protocols. If I don't follow those protocols, I'll get into trouble.
Yes.
And I think you'll also get into trouble. Got it?
Yes.
Yeah, carry on. Then.
So on the similar line, I'm arguing that there is also a epistemic division among the very disenfranchised subjects and also the ethnographer.
Correct.
So ethnographer is trained in a certain kind of epistemic training.
That's right.
So yeah. So when he's going in the field and he is trying to giving voice to them, he's actually narrating their narratives in their own language, but he has been trained in certain kind of epistemic foundation.
Correct.
So can they mitigate this division, this epistemic division? Can they really understand the very narratives of the disenfranchised objects?
The immediate answer is no. Your discipline is doomed. You don't like the answer? So this is one of the central preoccupations of our discipline. And the word for that, there are many words to describe this. One is called ethnocentrism. The other is called Eurocentrism. They're all proxies for each other. They're all proxies for each other precisely for this reason. If she is your object of inquiry and she says that she has lower back pain because of her grandmom, and you're the ethnographer, and you've been taught in school that dead grandmoms can't cause lower back pain, what are you going to tell about her? So that's what you've been told. You've been through a school curriculum, which is based on modern science for 12 years in school, another 3 years in your BA. You've been socialized into a different world, even before you became an ethnographer, that you become an ethnographer much later. And this 12 years of school socialization and 3 years of your undergraduate or 4 years of undergraduate degree, another 2 years of your postgraduate degree will all have a bearing. They've shaped your world, and in that world, such an etiology is not permissible. You're doomed. This is the quandary we have to face, and and our discipline is saddled with this. So it need not only be between what are called, colonial overlords and colonial subjects. This can happen anywhere in the world. It can happen in the US. And it can happen between you and your own grandma. It can happen between you and her, if she decides to give you this etiology. How will you then write about her if she says my dead grandmom is the reason for my lower back pain? How will you render it? So this is the challenge. Am I making sense?
Yes.
And now, but now supposing I replace a dead grandmom by an Ayurvedic doctor who says dead grandmoms can be an etiology for lower back pain, then you're in a quandary. So which is why that's the question he asked. So I removed the Ayurvedic doctor and replaced it with grandmom. He gave the right answer immediately. Then I introduced Ayurvedic doctor back again. Again, he gave the right answer. So you have to discount both. Because this is how we are, this is the epistemic divide. This is the other. So in many ways, you and the doctor are on the same page. Anthropology and medicine. Anthropology often functions as a double and a handmaiden to medicine, which is why I gave you the examples of public health. In public health, and anthropologists will be deployed to go and find out why patients are recalcitrant, why are they not taking iron tablets. All well-intentioned, all well-meaning, right? We shouldn't think that people are doing anything nefarious here. then they will go and study, you'll study her, and you'll say, you know, poor thing, she has the wrong kind of ideas in her head. So she needs to be reformed. And we have to find a way of getting her to take medicines for her lower back while she continues to retain belief in her grandmother. Got it? So I'm just simplifying all this, almost crudely. Right? But I'm just giving this as an example, and this is the quandary that we're all facing. She is studying a sectarian movement. So they think that she is coming to talk to them because she is interested in that religious sectarian movement. At the end of every interview with them, they have asked her, are you now convinced? Are you going to join us? And she asked me this over lunch. She said, sir, what am I supposed to do? So I told her, imagine if you're studying a street side gang in Chicago, whose job is to kill people, and you're doing participant observation, and they give you a gun in your hand and said, you know, you want to do participant observation, go and bump that guy up. Then what will you do? And this is actually happened. One Indian guy, who was rare South Asians who's written in ethnography on the US, which never happens. This actually happened to him. And so this can happen to you tomorrow. So these are all quandaries, and there are no ready answers. There are no ready answers for this, but we should know what's happening. So this is why I began by saying that there is a homologous relationship traditionally between anthropologists and their traditional fields, who are usually disenfranchised subjects. You can't read and write what you've written on them, unlike hers, who are demanding that you give it to me. Right, and the doctor and the patient, of course, the patients can read and write, or even if they can read and write, the doctor doesn't care if you can read and write as much as you want. He doesn't have to listen to you. And beyond the point, if you try arguing with him, he'll tell you to take a walk. You say, please kindly go find some other doctor, I don't have time. मुझे छोड़ दो, ये फुर्सत नहीं है मेरे पास. Please जाइए. This is, many of my students have done courses with me. The default position for a childbirth in the worldwide is in a hospital. So if you go to a hospital, there's a particular protocol, and the protocol is they'll give an epidural, there's spinal anesthesia, and then they'll do an episiotomy. So many of my students who've done these courses have gone back and tried to have a birth experience without any of these protocols. Their gynecologists have told them to leave. Said, I will not listen to you. She thinks doctors listen to her. He said, I will not listen to you. I will only do what I think is good for you. You can't dictate to me what you should be doing. So if you don't want any of these procedures, kindly go and find some other gynecologist. All well-meaning, not because they're trying to lord it over you. And very often it's well-meaning because they are petrified. They think that they've all been trained like blinkered horses in a particular kind of way. So, our zone of comfort is our long training. Supposing you suddenly come along and say that I should jettison my training, and in a moment of crisis, if something is going wrong, the only thing I can fall back on is my training. And my training as a doctor also has legal repercussions. If I don't do what my protocol demands of me, I'll go to jail. Making sense? So they will not listen to you beyond the point. And they're not supposed to listen to you. It's not because they're bad people. It's not because they're trying to lord it over you. Because that's the way they are trained. And their training has a long history, a curricular history, and which has, an even longer philosophical presuppositions, which we are saddled with. And our discipline is also part of that same history. And as part of that same history, we are also confronted by similar paradoxes. And which is why we in our discipline, and these are not easy questions to answer, which is why we have all these workshops, which is why you're going to have another module on ethics. You'll have an in-depth module on ethics. You'll have something on what constitutes consent, what constitutes informed consent, what the hell do you mean by informed consent, how informed is it? And which is why the Anthropological Association, the American Anthropological Association, will say that it is a sham. Because very often informed consent, especially in the US, is being erected by universities as a measure of self-protection, so that people don't sue you. especially given the law of thoughts. It's a highly litigious country, unlike here. So very often informed consent is self-serve, not because you're genuinely interested in your subjects. And even if you get people to sign something, if they don't know how to read and write, what does it mean? So they will say that you have a continuing, so they'll say that the relationship between you and your subjects is like a covenant between God and man in the Bible. It's a continuing covenant, and then you're responsible for them all their lives. So it places a heavy burden on. This is why she's asking, how am I going to, I'm studying neurosurgeons and I don't want to mock them. This is the last thing I want to do. And I have a duty when I write about them to say that I write about them respectfully. And none of these are easy things to negotiate, but our discipline is constantly engaged self-reflectively in these issues. And as I said, my initial answer is you can't do it. But that's an initial answer. And once you know that initial answer, then you know the kind of difficulty we are facing. Then we have to find ways of addressing this. And you'll find a way, don't worry about it. I don't know what your objective inquiry is. As I told her, she will also find it. When she becomes complicit, she's already complicit. She thought she wasn't. She thought she was different from what the .com was doing. It turns out that she's doing the same thing. So and then she can also put a profile on the site. Then she becomes complicit. Then she can say, I'm writing about myself. I'm half joking when I say this, but I'm only half joking. So these are ways in which we negotiate this. And this also allows you to be self-reflective. Who am I? And what are the premises of my object of inquiry? And how do I frame my object of inquiry? My work is primarily about disciplines. I looked initially at the discipline of tropical medicine. I belong to a generation where in the 1970s and 80s, we were interested in what are called how disciplines come into being. Because disciplines are framing devices. They provide you with a roadmap. They provide you with founding axioms. So if you're in this room, in this workshop, we should ask ourselves, why are we in this room? Not in the life sciences building. How are we different from them? How do they frame their objects of inquiry vis-a-vis us? So those are the kind of questions which I'm trying to sensitize you on. And then the narrative will follow. And hereby, the object of this talk today was to tell you the history of this term. Why do we have a term at all called illness narratives? When does it come into being? Why does it come into being? And why in the same breath we don't have anything called disease narratives? And why is it when I Google disease narratives, I still get illness narratives? Making sense? I think we are done.
Thank you so much, sir, for churning our minds and facilitating us to think in the different directions. Now I would request all of you to join us for a tea break.
Oh yeah, tea. Very important. Thank you.
Sir,
You shut this?
yeah. I'll do it.
Yeah.
My name is Krishna. I'm from Department of My topic of research is Interdisciplinary and Family. Study of the families of inmates of regular documentation. My name is Umair Khan. I'm a research scholar of the Department of Sociology, Aligarh Muslim University, and my research topic is cyber crimes in India, exploring the dynamics of victimization.
Crimes and victimization.
Yes.
Yeah, next.
My name is Yash Kusumi and I'm from IT University. My research topic is identity politics. Case of travel.
Oh, okay. That's nice. Yeah. Please introduce yourself. Yeah.
I did a furlough. I'm doing my research from Medicine University, and this topic is critical study of Indian cartoon and its role in enhancing creativity.
Okay, creative thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please go on. Introduce yourself.
And I'm from Center for Interdisciplinary Education, and my area of research is the factors affecting second language learners. One of the factors impacting their learners could be other factors. So majorly I'm focusing on the socioeconomic factor, and the second one is the exposure to second language.
Okay, that sounds great. Yeah.
My name is Soumya. I'm doing an ethnographic study of a sect called Shiv Charcha. The title of my study is Exploring Gender, Religion and Politics, Study of Contemporary Sect in Gorakhpur.
Okay, right.
Hello, Professor. My name is Akansha. I'm doing my research in sociology. I'm working on the intergenerational prostitution system and ethnographic study of Prerna community in Nazareth.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Suman, a research scholar at RC-01, and my research deals with gender renunciation and how it survives in the modern world.
Okay, right, Suman. Next.
Hello, sir. My name is Shreyasi. I'm a fourth-year PhD scholar at this center, and I'm looking into the recovery and rehabilitation of patients with head injuries.
Yes.
Right.
From the back. Yeah.
Marriage choices and spouse selection, and from Zaki Center. Hello, I'm Brinda. I'm also from the Research Center for Education Studies. My PhD is on academic literacy and language pedagogy, social sciences, and higher education.
Hello, sir. My name is Amit. I'm doing PhD in CFFL, and my work is on formation of credits in semi-school system.
My name is Sati. I'm currently pursuing PhD from the center. So I'm working on various stages and looking into their career aspirations. So things will not.
Yeah. My name is Nalini. I'm a scholar from Indian Muslim University. This topic is education migration, where I'm investigating the opportunities and exposure faced by female students in higher education.
My name is Abdul Latif, and I'm from Indian Society. PhD. My topic is women prisoner in a legal jail.
Right. Hello, sir. I'm Vijay Kumar, a research scholar at Daily School of Economics. I'm working on student society and marriages, especially in PhD. I'm Shobhra. I'm working in the field of technology. I'm working on borderland communities in the Assam language borderland and how they speak, how the borderland community experience state and the different. And my study was cinema and society.
And my area of specialization is on media and technology. Currently, I'm conducting my
Anybody else?
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Vaishnavi. I'm from the Department of Anthropology at UNC. I'm working on gender dynamics and sustainable livelihoods among the coastal fishing community.
You three also introduce yourself.
Right.
You have to talk loudly.
My name is Divya, and I'm working with Medicama. I'm working on the topic of women entrepreneurship in the sector of handicraft industry.
Sir, my name is Kombi. I'm also working with Professor Nikita, and my work is on the Tiga community in Assam, and how they have the community of Assam and their politics and its people.
Hi, sir. My name is Ayush. And I'm pursuing PhD from the same center under Professor Nikita. My PhD title is Gender Rituals and Embodiment and the Ethnography of Changing Family Relations in Kolkata.
So, Professor Sati, these are the students who are attending in physical mode, but there are a large number of people who are attending in the online mode. So we are not going to actually, speak to them directly, but we will be taking their questions and comments. And so
Okay,
Now the
that's
floor
fine.
is yours.
Are they able to hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
At the very outset, I think I need to thank Nilika for inviting me here. But I really don't know what I am doing here because I have very little to do with sociology. And I was wondering what will I talk for an hour and a half. But Nilika has her own strategies for everything. She reduced my time by 15 to 20 minutes. So that's great. I feel comforted, not only because the time has been reduced, but also because the wide range of topics that have been mentioned makes you feel that, okay, everybody is from a different discipline. So as a literature person, I was really very hesitant to come here. I had never entered a class 11 sociology class as a student, forget about a teacher. So the task of addressing PhD students in disciplines associated with sociology was somewhat daunting for me, but I feel comforted, especially because the session before mine was addressed by Professor Harish, who talked about diseased narratives, as he informed me. So perhaps you will have a diseased lecture right now. And hopefully, as doctors in the making, a doctor of another kind, you can forgive a patient, right? So to begin with, what should we really focus on? I'm reminded of a study carried out by James Stapleton, in which this white sociologist from the UK was writing a paper on children with cerebral palsy in India. And the kind of research that he usually does is ethnographic, based on interviews and narratives of the group that he is studying. He made quite a revelation in that study that his intention was to chronicle the stories of the children with cerebral palsy. But ultimately, what he ended up chronicling was the story of the parents of the children with cerebral palsy. Why? Because the parents insisted on speaking on behalf of their children. Now you would ask me why am I using this example? रिसर्च आपको करना है और आप आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पर रिलाई करना चाहते हैं. So will that research be yours? Aren't we in a more or less similar situation as a staple investigation? It's for you to think about it. I'm not against artificial intelligence or but as Shubhangi must have told you, these tools are excellent servants. You can use them as assistants, but not as your masters. Don't let it direct the course of your research. Otherwise, there will be a problem. As you know, all these tools and artificial intelligent apps are produced on the principle as if one size can fit all. And that is a very dangerous road to go down on. I shall begin by talking on a very general sense about how to read and write texts. I have shared a long list of tools with Nilika, which I hope that she would share with you. And you can carry on your investigation on your own. They're all neatly organized in one place, in two lists. One is a very short list, and the other is a slightly elaborate one. Different tools suit different people. So I would request Nilika to share it with you, right? And you can just go through it. It is a very mechanical process, locating a tool, figuring out what it is used for, and how it is best used. You can do it as a solitary desert runner as well. You don't need to be coached about it. If you are so interested in technology, let technology teach you the tricks of the trade. But then what am I here doing today? I shall talk about how to read and write your thesis in general. And I'm also deliberately not going down the line of digital techniques, because from the program I saw that Shubhangi has done that in the morning. And I did not want to be repetitive in many ways. So let me open the discussion today by telling you that I will try to first outline what the objectives of a research should be, and then how to carry forward those objectives through reading and writing into your research project. Since I am primarily a disability studies person, I would, by way of illustration, always refer to works from that area. But that is not why I called my presentation a diseased lecture. The first and most important thing that we need to understand is, when we are doing our research, we are researching or investigating into a phenomena. And it is necessary for us to understand and explore that phenomena in its multiple facets. Right? For example, when we talk about disability, the thing that immediately comes to mind is, oh, a medical condition of the human body gone wrong. But is disability only the condition of the human body gone wrong? It is much more. It is a kind of prejudice that breeds contempt, stigma, and discrimination. It is also a culture of a marginalized group that asserts itself. For example, blind people use Braille, right? So when we investigate a phenomena, we need to examine it in its multifold aspects. We cannot narrow it down to a simplistic understanding. And that is something that we need to be very aware of. Because otherwise, what will happen is we will develop certain biases, and your research will be extremely compromised. So we need to understand the phenomena from multiple perspectives. Even though you may adopt one perspective, but an understanding of the various perspectives is indispensable. You may disagree with it, but you must know it, understand it, accept or reject it based on reason and not otherwise. Now, when we talk about a phenomena, be it disability or be it the formation of cadets in scenic schools or be it any other thing, we need to understand that each phenomena operates at diverse levels. One is at the discursive level, and the other is at a more substantive material level. And both these levels are profoundly influenced by multiple factors. So the complexity of our investigation should take into account all these contexts. We should not just think about a topic and dive into it. We need to stand up, take a back step, a deep breath, and first figure out and map the terrain with utmost care. This is the first and most important thing that one needs to do, to lay out the ground of the area that you are investigating, and then narrow down to what you are actually interested in. So I often give this example of an inverted triangle, right? You need to begin broad. You know, an inverted triangle has its base on the top, right? So you need to begin broad and then narrow down your focus of interest. I will try to exemplify this as we go on, but remember this, an inverted triangle is the starting point of whether we are reading or writing. But as I said, there are discursive aspects that condition a phenomena. There are material aspects that define the phenomena, and we need to probe deep into both. Because it's not as if these are watertight compartments. They are profoundly influencing and ceaselessly affecting the other. When we talk about sociology, the kind of research that really fascinates me is ethnographic research, where the attempt is to assess narratives or access narratives of the community or people that you are investigating, to work out their day-to-day existence. But now there comes a serious question. The investigator and his relationship with the object of inquiry. I gave you the example of Jane Staples, a white sociologist from the UK coming to India, investigating leprosy and children with cerebral palsy in India. He goes to different leprosy patients, talks to them. But what he realizes, and this is very important for all researchers to be aware of, is the fact that the people he is interviewing are also aware of his race, position of privilege, and other social contours that define his subject position. And he systematically demonstrates how there is a kind of power equation that this awareness creates between him and the people that he is interviewing. They mostly would provide him with answers of the kind that he is expecting. And that becomes a big problem. Understanding your position as an investigator and its relation with the object of inquiry. And as I said, with the example that I began, when he went to interview children with cerebral palsy, the parents intervened and started narrating their stories. And they began to narrate their stories in ways that presented them, that is the parents, as heroic. So it became an investigation of the parents rather than the stories of the children with cerebral palsy. He said there were only two things that the parents touched upon: their heroism in bringing up a child with cerebral palsy and the incompetence of the state in providing them with facilities. And this at times becomes a serious problem. I asked Amit while coming down here, सैनिक स्कूल पर तुम क्या काम क्यों कर रहे हो? बोलता है सर मैं सैनिक स्कूल में पढ़ा हूं. So I think you understand what I am trying to convey. There is a relationship between the investigator and the object of investigation, and that needs to be understood without bias in ways that it does not prejudice your investigation. So the reading of the text should begin from here. Now you may say that, well, if the investigator and the investigated are from different subject positions or located in different subject positions, would that always be a problem? It could be. But it also depends on your approach to this. And I wonder whether the one-size-fits-all principles on which the tools that I was asked to talk about are based would be nuanced enough to make these distinctions. You would say it depends on how you feed the AI tools. But we have been trained to feed it in particular ways, you know. Certain captions, certain dominant words. So we end up feeding it in particular ways, right? So I'm not dismissing this altogether, but what I am saying is use it for organizing purposes, right? It is very effective in organizing material, organizing your data, right? Having things slotted in the right place. But when it comes to reading that data, use your innate intelligence. When it comes to writing it, you should always use your intelligence. Tools may facilitate you in organizing it, right? Reading सब एक जगह कर दीजिए, footnoting वो कर देगा, endnoting कर देगा, citations डाल देगा, APA से आपको MLA में shift करना है तो एक बटन करके. So let these gadgets do the clerical work, for a lack of a better word, right? Those tedious mechanical notation, footnoting, endnoting, citation creation, so forth. You can use it for that, but do not use it as a substitute for your thinking or writing process. Now, otherwise, what will happen if you allow it to write for you? The language that will come out would be very skeletal. जब हम लोग छोटे थे तो टेलीग्राम हुआ करता था. I think Nilika remembers telegrams, right? That age of telegrams. And what was the text that went off? Come urgently, mother in a bad state. Very bare minimum. And I don't feel that the the language of research should be confined to the bare minimum. That is not something that I would advocate. You know, every writer should have his or her own style, his or her own turn of phrase, organization of sentences, internal logic, and that is what makes something readable. So I have shared with you the various tools. You can go through it and take a look at them, use it or abuse it as you please, but be careful. Don't let it become your master. Don't let it think on your behalf. That is a warning that I would hand out to you. Now, a while ago, I said that I will also talk about writing. And I gave the example of this inverted triangle. So I find this notion of the inverted triangle for writing very useful. I feel, maybe it's because I am a student of literature and humanities, that we should begin in a way that is all-encompassing. Let me just give you an example of a book that I have just come out with and tell you how did I start the book. The title of the book was Narrative Universes of Disability, Global Perspectives, in which I was talking about the various multifaceted aspects of disability experience. I began the introduction, not that that is the ideal way, but it is the one of the ways that we could, the way that I have adopted, with a phrase like, damn it, I hate stairs. Right? Damn it, I hate stairs. And this is a quote from Irvin Zola, a disability scholar who writes about detective fiction. He said that I have read so many detective fictions and seen so many detective films, but I have never heard the disabled detective utter this phrase. And from here, he goes on to say that, look, as a disabled person myself, as a wheelchair user myself, I hate stairs. But the wheelchair users who are portrayed in fiction and who are portrayed in cinemas never say such things. They obfuscate the essence of their day-to-day existence. And he uses this to point out the gulf that exists between literary representation and lived reality of a wheelchair user. And he questions the way that disability has been objectified in literature and culture. But then, if you look at this expression, you would also realize that the expression brings into play staircases, which are metaphorical representations of the barriers that society presents on the part of wheelchair users. At the same time, the wheelchair is also a technological innovation, right? Technology, how it has helped disabled people to move around. So even technology, the image of technology is brought in. And simultaneously, the wheelchair user vis-a-vis the staircase. We may have advanced in technology, but is our surroundings barrier-free in the way that we can maximize the use of technology? So this single phrase brings into play several strands of possible engagement, right? Questions of the gulf between literature, literary representation, and lived reality, the questions of barriers, institutional barriers, lack of accessibility, the question of technological innovations and how it assists people with disability. Then the question of the efficacy of this technological innovations in a world that cares little for making the exterior, the civic infrastructure accessible. So what I'm trying to say is that you should enter your thesis by giving a very broad base. And from there, after having listed everything out to that particular example, you can narrow your focus. And this, then you can outline your thesis very briefly without elaboration. Your thesis would obviously have multiple clauses, right? And after having outlined your thesis, you can pick up each clause of your thesis and turn them into an argument. You know, elaborate it as an argument. Elaboration of an argument would be what? You need to empirically illustrate it, theoretically show that the argument is sound, and connect it with your central argument. And after taking up each clause of your thesis, devoting an entire paragraph or two to each clause, you move towards the conclusion. And in the conclusion, if we began with an inverted triangle, my suggestion is that you end with a triangle that has its base on the ground. What do I mean? You begin with the narrow focus of your dissertation and then broaden it, trying to show how it is relevant to different aspects, to different issues, how it is related to other connected but not exactly similar academic concerns. And then you round off your write-up with a broad, generalized kind of a statement that substantiates the relevance of your research for other not too similar yet related questions. That is how I would structure my write-up, and I do it even today, right? How much time do I have? What's the time? 4:45. So we still have plenty of time to talk. So does anybody have any questions on what I have said so far? It's too generalized, I know. But I am just trying to share with you that the thought process that goes into my research activity and how I try to work around it. A while ago, when I was talking about James Staple, I said that, the subject position of the investigator is very important, right? And in your research, who would the investigator be? It will be you, right? So it is very important, right, for you to understand your subject position, right? How would you understand your subject position? Gramsci, in his prison notebook, had said that the beginning of any academic investigation, I'm not quoting him, I'm paraphrasing him. The beginning point of any research or investigation is to know yourself. So as a preparation for your research, I think it's very important for you to know yourself. What does that mean? It simply means that as an individual, you are the inevitable product of a historical process till date, right? It is very important for you to understand that historical process that has constituted you. Why? Because that historical process has created a number of traces that is deposited in your consciousness, right? It is important for you to create an inventory of those traces, right? Inventory just means a list of those traces, right? जैसे आप किचन में जाओगे, अगर किचन का कैबिनेट खोलते हो तो आप क्या देखोगे? हाँ, बिस्किट है, ब्रेड है, चीनी है, तो आप एक लिस्ट बनाते जाते हो. That is what creating an inventory means. But the kind of inventory that Gramsci talks about is the traces that has gone into the making of your thought process, right? You need to create an inventory of that. Now you would say, how can I create that inventory? For example, if you live near the pole, in a cold country which has a very harsh winter, what would be your conception of the roof of houses? Right? The standard idea that you would have of roof of houses would be that the house's roof would be sloping. Why is it sloping? Because the snow should not gather, right? लेकिन अगर इंडिया के ट्रॉपिकल क्लाइमेट में आप वैसा मकान बनाओगे तो लोग बोलेगा कि तुम पागल हो. The roofs in India are very different. They are flat, right? छत पर जाके गुड्डी उड़ाते हैं, पतंग उड़ाते हैं. जैसा स्लोपिंग रूफ पर चढ़ के पतंग उड़ाने का कोशिश करो. So even something as small as the geographical location of where you have been brought up conditions your idea in particular ways. All right? And to this list, you can add the question of gender, class, caste, region, race. All these rubrics will condition your thought process in particular ways. It is important for you to think upon how has this conditioned it, right? Now, coming to the object of your investigation, people say that there are a lot of universal statements, but there is no universal statement per se. Somebody may say, sir, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. This is a universal statement. Is it a universal statement? Go to Iceland in June and July. You would see that the sun sets in the north, and within 2 minutes it will immediately rise in the north. So what happens to universalities of a statement? That idea goes to the dustbin. Knowledge is always produced in relation to the location where you live in. It's a different matter that certain kinds of knowledges are invalidated. What invalidates it? The equation of power. So Foucault lays great emphasis on the production of knowledge being intricately related to the structures of power. Let me give you a very small example. The history of India. The history of India and India's freedom struggle that I, as a child in the late 70s and early 80s, read in school is very different from the history of the freedom struggle that students read in school today. It is the same thing. It's the story of the same struggle for freedom. But in our days, the stories that we read was all around Gandhi and Nehru. I had never heard of Veer Savarkar in school. The first time that I came across Veer Savarkar was in Amar Chitra Katha. Right? But look at the history being taught today. It is all about Veer Savarkar, Deen Dayal Upadhyay, Nehru castigated, the Mughals being eclipsed. I'm not saying that this is wrong or that is right, or that was wrong and now we are right. I'm not saying that. I'm simply trying to draw your attention to the fact that the production of knowledge is intricately related to the structures of power. And this is something that you need to realize. Let me give a more common example for you people to understand. I'm taking boarding a flight in Mumbai. I am going to Dubai. Somebody approaches me at the airport and asks me, where are you going? I say that I'm going to the Middle East. Now just think about it. I am going to the Middle East. Is there a problem in what I am saying? Any one of you, is there a problem in what I am saying? When I am sitting on the plane and the plane takes off, would the plane move towards the east? If the plane moves towards the east, I would end up in Assam, Meghalaya, Japan. I say that I'm going to the Middle East, and yet the plane moves towards the west. Isn't this peculiar? Just think about it for a while. What does this mean? It means that there is a fundamental problem in the way that I have conceptualized directions, right, of countries and their locations. When I'm going to Dubai, why do I say I'm going to the Middle East? Think about it for a while. Because for Europe and America, who are at the center of the global power equation, Dubai is to the Middle East. It's not the extreme east, because the far east would be Japan, Singapore, right? So it is the Middle East for them. They have created that kind of a lexicon, that kind of a knowledge structure, and we lap it up, reproduce it without even giving a thought and winking. So, dear friends, as research scholars, I think that you need to be aware of these power structures and negotiate it. When I am flying to Dubai, I am flying to the west of India, and in no way am I going to the Middle East. The geography of the world, when I speak, should be measured in my terms. And that is the kind of knowledge that I firmly believe that you people should produce. So remember, the production of knowledge is a production of power, agency. And everything that you do in an act of research is deeply embedded in the structures of power. And this is particularly imperative for a field in which I work, because I talk about marginal identities. I talk about disability and how we need to negotiate ableist conceptions. But I also simultaneously realize that disability does not operate in vacuum. It operates in intersection with other structures of power that have been erected along different axes, like that of gender, class, nationality, so on and so forth. So you need to understand that the identities are necessarily intersectional, right? And your investigation should be from an intersectional perspective. And one size cannot fit all. The most important mode of negotiating structures of power is what people in sociology calls autoethnographic studies, where it is the people who are marginalized or victimized tell their own stories. Not that their stories would be bias-free, but it is their voice that has been erased, and it is their voice that we need to resurrect for the purposes of understanding the discursive and material processes that have marginalized them, the challenges that they have to face, and how they can negotiate their challenges, and how we can evolve an atmosphere of political transformation. Let us try to build a society based on social equity and the principle of social justice. That should be the trust of your interest. That should be the direction in which you can move your thought processes so that we can change the way that people perceive and respond to marginalized identities. I have shared my experience with you, and I would welcome anyone who would like to share theirs. This is basically how I go about research, about reading texts and trying to put them in words. But before I end, let me make one thing very clear. We talk about critical writing, but there is nothing called critical writing. Writing is necessarily the skin of thought. So if you think critically, you will inevitably write critically. So let us not talk about critical writing. Let us talk about critical thinking. So the entire process of research is putting your critical thinking caps on. I wish you all the best. And with this, I end my presentation. I think so.
So thank you so much, sir, for your insightful lecture and your personal experiences in conducting research and how to go about it. Now we can have questions, if any. Do you have any questions? Need some time for processing.
Could somebody tell me the time, please?
So it's 5:03.
Okay. Yeah, any questions about what I said or not said?
I don't have a question per se, but I really liked the anecdote that you shared about when you're at the airport and you're flying to Dubai, then you say you're flying to the Middle East, and what's the problem with that? And I kept thinking what possibly could be, but I think that's one of the most comprehensive ways I've come to, let's say, understanding the importance of positionality and conversations around production of knowledge and who gets to whose point of view are you reaffirming. So I don't have a question, I just really liked this example and this question and the way of thinking that I probably took for granted, like, yeah, just that.
So I think that you should not take anything for granted. That's what he said, right?
Yeah.
That even the most obvious things are not really obvious.
Yeah.
Right? किसी से भी पूछ लो बोलेगा sun rises in the east.
Yes, and I really like that you also told me that now I have a counter for this. That are there any universalities? I don't think so. But this is a very, considering how sociology always, no, actually anthropology deals with the category of nature versus culture. And the question of there are no universalities is applied to the field of culture and less to nature. But again, that there are things that we take for granted, like the sunrise and sunset. And I really like that example also. So thank you. I think this will inform my non-academic conversations also.
If academic conversations cannot become non-academic, then it's not worth it.
Right.
Right? It should influence your day-to-day existence and your life. Right. So I'm glad that you are saying that, and it should really inform your thought process.
Yes.
And how everything is structured in terms of power, and power plays a very important role in knowledge production, and we don't realize that. And we tend to devalue the point of view of those who are not in positions of power. Right? So I think we need to develop that intellectual sensitivity. कि सब लोग कह रहा है इसलिए यही होगा, लेकिन क्या यही है? इसको हम भी तो परख के देख लें. And that's very important. Yes, anybody else?
So you spoke about the relationship between the object of investigation and the investigator himself. And if I understood you correctly, you said that there has to be a distance between them. But then you also mentioned about autoethnography, like where.
Yes, please continue.
Or I might have understood it wrongly, but if I want you to clarify it.
No, I didn't say that there should be a distance between the two. In fact, I don't feel that there should be a distance, right? डी स्कूल में एक लड़का बैंगलोर के जोमेटो डिलीवरी बॉयज पर अपना पीएचडी कर रहा था. ठीक है? Nobody has problems with Hindi here, right? So this boy was doing his research on Zomato delivery boys in Bangalore. And while he was doing this research, he realized this. No, there is a big problem. हम बाहर से देख के सब कुछ करते हैं. तो उसने अपना रिसर्च को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए जानते हो क्या किया? He went to Bangalore, became a Zomato delivery boy for 2 years, and then started writing his thesis. Right? I am not saying there should be a distance. I'm saying just the opposite.
Yes, sir. So in that case, how do we then, how is then objectivity maintained? And then you also talked about autoethnographies which have been written by people.
Right. See, now 2 parts to your question. Autoethnography. What I said about it is that they are telling their own life stories, right? So there is a semblance of that being genuine in many ways, right? What I was really wanting to say, which perhaps I did not say, was that ethnography by people from marginalized group is the best way of recognizing the fact that individual stories are the most effective means to empowerment, right? So I would celebrate not celebrate because I'm aware of its shortcomings as well. The second part of your question was about objectivity. Now, let me put it this way. Do you know what is the animal of wisdom in the West? The owl, right? Now, if you go to a Westerner and say that, sir, you are owl-faced, that Westerner will be very happy, right? उसका 42 का सीना 56 का हो जाएगा. But try doing that to, say, the director of your institute. Go to him and tell him, sir, आपका चेहरा बिल्कुल उल्लू माफिक है. Why would the reaction be different? Have you ever thought about it? Because the same animal is a symbol of wisdom in the West and is a symbol of stupidity in India. Now the question, if you talk in terms of objectivity, who is right? Neither. Or both. Now, the important thing that you need to realize here is that they have their own logic. People in America say that the owl can see during the night at a time when nobody can see. Therefore, the owl can see things that nobody else can see. So, the owl is wise. The logic of Indian culture would be, अरे उल्लू को तो दिन में कुछ दिखाई नहीं देता, दिन में तो सबको दिखाई देता है. The owl cannot see things that everybody else can see. So it's a symbol of stupidity. Now look at this. Who is wrong? Who is right? Both have their own contexts, right? Their own logic. So the question is not whether it is objective, non-objective, right or wrong. The real question is, do you have a substantive logic that substantiates your argument, right? Because objectivity क्या होता है? There is no objectivity. What may appear to me may not be the same for you. For example, the way I use, the reason that I have not demonstrated these different tools to you is, as a blind person, I use these tools very differently from you people, right? I access it through screen reading softwares. The commands that I would be using would be very different from the commands you would be using. But I did not say that, right? So there would be no point me demonstrating that here to you, because the way of doing it is very different. You would do it in a very different way. You don't need those screen reading softwares, right? So the commands would be very different. So I think that is very important for you to understand that the important thing is objectivity nahi hota koi cheez. It's always a perspective. That's why I said when we examine a phenomena, we need to examine it in its multiple facets, right? Through a range of perspectives and contexts. So I'm not a champion on objectivity because I believe that objectivity does not exist. As in the example of the owl. I'll give you a very quick another anecdote. There was this young 17-year-old boy in a village in India who was very fascinated by foreigners, right? He went to his mother and said, "Mommy, do I look like a foreigner?" The mother said, "No." As luck would have it, he got a chance to go to the UK. There, when he was walking on the roads of London, everybody came to him and said, "Oh, are you a foreigner?" "Yes, you look like a foreigner. You must be a foreigner." Right? And he was very pleased. अरे सब लोग यहाँ बोलता है कि हम foreigner हैं और मेरी माँ बोलती थी कि foreigner नहीं हो. मेरी माँ झूठ बोलती थी. He went back home. When he met his mother again and said, "Do I look as a foreigner?" The mother said, "नहीं, तुम बिल्कुल देशी लगते हो. झूठ बोलती हो तुम." हम लंदन गए थे, लंदन में लोग बोल रहा था कि हम फॉरेनर हैं. So you see the point, right? These small incidents may sound very superficially very innocuous, but there is a world of wisdom in that, right? You talk about objective reality. Sorry, I am a literature teacher, so I have many anecdotes. I will quickly tell you one more. Buddha, Lord Buddha was narrating a story to all his disciples, right? Banyan tree के नीचे बैठ के कहानी सुना रहा था, प्रवचन दे रहे थे, और he said, now look at what he said. "Dear disciples, the last thing that you do during the day before you go to bed, you should do to the best of your the last thing that you do during the day, you should do it to the best of your abilities." अब उसको एक आदमी सुन रहा था, नॉर्मल किस्म का आदमी, नॉर्मल विद इन कोट्स, राइट? वो सोचा, अरे the last thing that I do in the day is to go to sleep. So Buddha is saying that I should sleep well, right? Okay, so I shall sleep well, and that is what he meant. Now, there was a thief listening to him. बोलता, अरे सोने के पहले रात को तो हम चोरी करने निकलते हैं. जय हो बुद्ध भगवान, आपने तो मेरा आज दिन बना दिया. आप ये कह रहे हो कि हम जो चोरी करते हैं वो बेस्ट ऑफ माय एबिलिटीज करना चाहिए, right? And now there was a prostitute listening to it. She thought to herself, बुद्ध भगवान कह रहे हैं कि सोने के पहले जो काम आप करते हो सबसे अच्छे से करना चाहिए. And before I go to bed, I please my clients. So he's asking me to please my clients to the best of my possibilities or abilities. Where is the objectivity there, my dear friend? Meaning is constructed in the ear, right? In our knowledge tradition, we have the concept of sport. अर्थ निर्माण कानों में होता है. अंग्रेजी में लोग कहते हैं कि beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. If you can twist that around, meaning lies in the ear of the listener. And there is a well-documented theory in our Indian tradition called sport. Given this, can we still talk about objectivity? And to what end? And to what effect? Right? So let us not try to talk in terms of objectivity. What we need to talk about is constructing our arguments through convincing logic and adequate illustrations. Right? I hope that answers your question. Sorry, I started off on another tirade.
Sir, related to this question, you talked about you clearly deconstructed the very idea of objectivity. But sir, don't you feel that all those arguments that are going towards the relativist ontology, that they are saying that there are multiple realities and the knowledge is very multiple. So does not it actually reduce the very transformative potential of the knowledge production? And earlier you were saying that the knowledge production is very intertwined with the power structure. So if colonials started saying these third world countries, they are short, and we felt they short. If we say these colonials are right because for them we are short, but if we say true for like in the perspective of the third world countries, they say no, they have actually produced knowledge about us to colonize us. So if we actually accept these multiple realities, are not we going beyond the transformative potential of the actual critical theory?
Not really. Not really. I understand what you say, but let me just explain this to you with another example. I don't say things without example. When you look at the map of the world around the turn of the 20th century, that is around 1900s, right? You would see that the entire map of the world was almost colored in red. If you ask the Britishers, what does this red color mean? He would say, this is the color of imperial pride. I'm sure you know that the British soldier का coat जो होता है कौन रंग का होता है? लाल रंग का होता है. This shows that we are present everywhere. But if you go, right, to a person from the colonies and ask it, what does this mean to you? What does the color red means to you? He would say that this color red is the color of the blood that the British has spilled of the colonized, right? Now, different perceptions, right? Now, if perception was not multiple, right? There was only one objective perception. What would that objective perception be transformed into? I would undercut what you are saying by very emphatically saying that the possibility of transformation, the possibility of change exists only because there are multiple realities that can come into play. अगर बाकी realities होता ही नहीं, सब कुछ objective होता, तो परिवर्तन के बारे में हम लोग बात कैसे करते और किस दिशा में परिवर्तित समाज को ले जाते, right? It is just because we have multiple ideas that we contemplate about the possibility of change, right? So for change to happen, there have to be multiple ideas. There should be an alternative way of thinking and looking at things. If you erase the alternative, you are erasing the possibility of change, right? I hope that takes care of your question, if I understood it correctly.
I guess, sir, these multiple realities, I was intent to say that they are not in isolation.
Absolutely.
They are related.
Absolutely.
So how
nothing operates in vacuum.
Yes. So I was like, I had those intents on how these actually feminist epistemologies say that we need a strong objective, not the objectivity which was actually suggested by the science. We need a strong objectivity which actually sees the underlying androcentric biases that was behind the very empiricist epistemology and the science discipline.
See, now that you have talked about feminist epistemologies and the biases about that which masqueraded as objective, if you have read your Judith Butler, she says that gender is necessarily performative, right? And then if you have read your Kate Millett and Simone de Beauvoir, they say that gender is a constructed category. The domesticity is constructed, right? So you need to think one thing right now. Let me just tell you this. The kind of shift that has taken place in critical theory is primarily in the concept of language, right? Earlier, it was thought that language was a cognitive structure, right? You comprehended the world through language. Language or literature showed a picture of the world to you, right? This is the traditional concept of language. But the turn in critical theory has changed this conception, right? Language is now no longer thought to be just a cognitive world disclosing structure. Language today is thought as a world constituting linguistic artifact. भाषा यथार्थ को जन्म देती है. You know, language creates reality. The way that you phrase things creates reality. In fact, this may sound very new within our Western linguistic thought, but this is something that we find in the Rig Vedas, right? In the Rig Vedas, there is this statement that says, language cuts form on the ocean of reality. Now look at this statement. Language cuts form on the ocean of reality. Right? That is why, sticking to feminism that you started with, when we have a movement for change, so much emphasis is laid upon language. आज से 50 साल पहले क्या कहा जाता था? Mankind, right?
Yeah.
Then people came in and said, mankind is exclusionary. What about woman? Then that phrase was changed to humankind. Earlier we had chairman. Now we have chairperson. Earlier we had policeman. Now we have police officer. Right? So because language structures reality, there is a need to change the kind of language we use so that the right signals are sent to people that, look, we need to use a language that is gender neutral and non-exclusionary. So in that context, I think the role of language is very important. I think that we need to lay emphasis on language. Right. All right. I could say the same about disability, but that will take another half an hour. And think that all of you are tired, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the
Thank you.
discussion. So if you permit, can we have a group photo?
Why not? Is there an alternative thought to that?
It's your choice to say no as well. So please join us for a